Hello, friends. Welcome to Coding Garden. Welcome to a Friday stream. We are going to be working on Listed today. And welcome in, Faceless Voice. Thanks for hanging out yesterday. So Listed is an app that will let users create, share, and watch lists of YouTube channels. And this is what we have so far. So this is the app. Here, I'll show you the login process. This is the landing page. You click login. Choose your Google account, you get redirected back, and you can see all of the lists that you've created. So for instance, I created a list called Coding Garden Universe. And so this is a list of 2 channels. It has the Coding Garden archive and the Coding Garden channel. And so it basically takes all the videos of both of those channels, puts them into a single feed. So this is all videos from both channels. Last time we worked on this little card here. So we have like when it was published, how many views it has, the runtime, the number of likes, all that good stuff. But for instance, if you watch Good Mythical Morning, they have a lot of YouTube channels. So I created a list called the GMM Universe. So it has Good Mythical More, Good Mythical Morning, Ear Biscuits, and Rhett and Link. And so this one page has videos from only those 4 channels. Yeah, what's up, Danny? Welcome in. So there's that, and then we also have some of my favorite cooking channels. Well, we were just testing, so it's only 2, but I have some other cooking channels that I like to add. But this is a page that only has Babish, Binging with Babish, and Maddie Matheson. So that's fun. Oh yeah, and then I like to watch the Safety Third podcast and all the people on that, like William Osmond and Niall Red and Alan Pan and the Backyard Scientists. So this list combines all of those videos into a list here. So this is the app. Last time we worked on caching, you see how fast these pages load? What's up, SBT? Yeah, so if you tuned in yesterday, I did an IRL stream. IRL means in real life. You can check out the VOD yesterday, but I was live with Ched, and I was just walking around in Denver, Colorado, and looked at a lot of street art. Also saw opening day for the Colorado Rockies. It was a good time, so you can check that out over here if you're interested in that. But today, today we're writing some code. America 20. Someone tell America 2050 to refresh the page. I'm live. I'm live, dude. I guess you can't hear me right now. So yeah, this is our app, and what we're gonna do today is kind of just clean things up. And also, we need a single video page, like a page where you can watch the video, because right now. Listed. Oh yeah. Sorry. This this app is not deployed anywhere yet because I'm still working on the base structure of the database. I want to make sure I get all of that right before we do an initial deploy, because from there we're gonna have to start working with migrations. So the VODs get uploaded to YouTube eventually, but it takes a little bit before the VODs get uploaded to YouTube. Oh yeah. And this app this is what you're talking about. Yeah, you're not going to get redirected to YouTube. You will click on a video and you'll get a YouTube-like experience. Yeah, so basically it'll embed the video up here, but then this same feed of videos will be on the right-hand side. So essentially, initially it's not going to have like YouTube's recommendation algorithm. Basically, if you want to watch the Safety Third Universe, you go to this page, and then you can basically you can turn on autoplay, and then it'll play like all of the videos in the list. We're going to try to get comments eventually. So right now, I just want to click on the video, show the video, and then show this same list on the right-hand side. That's the plan. But eventually, yeah, a lot more features, because right now it just shows the videos in order of when they were published. So most recent videos at the top, and then we can go way back in time to 10 years ago to some of the oldest videos by like the Backyard Scientist. It's funny, I didn't know he had the oldest channel of all 3 of them. But right now it's just order of published date. We also want to add like other types of filters, so you can say like order by view count, order by like count. You could like temporarily say, oh, we'll hide videos from this channel. And we eventually will also have internal statistics. So we can, if you opt into it, we can keep track of what videos you've watched. And then we can do something like only show me videos from these creators that I have not seen before. You don't get those kind of stats from YouTube. YouTube only gives you overall number of views. It would be cool though. The thing is, once we have internal metrics, we're keeping track of. If you opt in, we're keeping track of views, and we know the viewers' location, so we could have our own internal tracking of, like, this video is really popular in Spain or something like that. Stats for nerds. We could probably figure that out. Like, there's honestly there's so much more. Like, once we have like at least the video watch page, there's so much more we can do. The other thing I've talked about is we can start to suggest YouTube channels as well, because once several people have made a list that include William Osman, they're probably going to include other channels as well, like I Did a Thing and Michael Reeves. And so, for instance, on this page, we could say, hey, you might want to add Michael Reeves or I Did a Thing to this list because other people added them to the same list that William Osman was in. So we can have other metrics like that and suggestions. And actually, I do think eventually, like if a lot of people use this with the internal metrics, it would be a really good way of linking YouTube channels together in terms of like similar content. Because the more people that create a list with all of these people, the more you realize, oh, all these channels are somewhat related. So yeah. Well, the YouTube embed, I have very little control over the YouTube embed, so you should still, anything that's on the YouTube video player, you'll still be able to get access to that. Yeah. Theater mode. I mean, we could do theater mode, like embedded in the center and push all the stuff down. Yeah. Hey, thank you. What is it? Welcome in. Working on a transcript to chapters API. Ooh, that's cool, Roga. Like, the thing is, like, it costs. I know that it costs money because you're calling the OpenAI API, but it could be interesting, right? Like, if there's a video that doesn't have chapters, and like you're willing to wait a minute or two, you can say, "Hey, generate chapters for this," and then it uses that. That could work. I think especially it could be like on demand and then we cache the result, right? Because some of these really long videos on the Coding Garden archive have no chapters. And so a lot of people don't watch them just because nobody's going to commit. Like the one that I published today is an 8-hour VOD. A lot of people aren't going to commit to watching an 8-hour VOD. I know some of you will, and I appreciate it, but most people won't. So it would be nice to have automatic chapters because then you could say, oh, well, I just want to see the part where he integrates with the API, and then like you could fast forward to it or click on it, you know? Yeah, so that's a thing. Exactly. Some kind of recommendation, similarity algorithm for sure. It could work, huh? Like you could basically say, well, honestly, it would be really cool if OpenAI had OAuth. Because then you wouldn't have to ask someone for their API key. You could just say, hey, use their account and then use their credits instead of our own. Yeah. NVIDIA.party. I'll check it out. I'm going to hide my screen while I search this. It could be suspicious. Pablo says 8 hours of Coding Garden. It's my free time. Nice. Yeah, the issue with like using the Twitch check to create chapters is I have to remember to do that. I need something that's automated. Like I don't ever remember, hey, I should put a marker at this point. Yeah. Buggy Worm says I would watch 8 hours of Svelte propaganda. That video is specifically 8 hours of talking about AI, though. I appreciate that Shark Turnip. And Faceless says, I have a question. I'm not a developer, and I do not understand the intricacies of building big software. What do you think YouTube or Google has not yet created? Oh, why do you think YouTube has not created an easier way to read comments? Like who replies to, Reddit style? I just don't think it's a priority for them. Like they care about views. I feel like comments are used in the algorithm to determine like if a video is popular, but I know what you mean. The comment system is horrible. Like basically like Reddit has figured it out. And there were things before Reddit that did it in a similar way, but the idea of like nested comments, being able to reply to people, like there's only one level of replies in YouTube comments. So to be able to have like fairly nested replies would be really cool. And then also the fact that you can't see past comments that users have made. I I feel like that would just be a good feature for moderation, right? Like it would be really easy to tell, oh, that's a bot. They're literally putting the exact same comment on every single video. But right now there's no way for another user to go to another user and say, what are the YouTube comments that they've made? Yeah, it probably just has to do with it's in terms of a big business like that, will it actually make them money? And at the end of the day, the thing that makes them money is people watching videos, not necessarily commenting. I don't know. Yeah. Oh, and I guess that's the other aspect of like the complexity of it. Sure, is like there's censoring based on region. Yeah, it could definitely get complicated. What's up, Never Surrender? I use mostly JavaScript and TypeScript. Yeah. Yeah, well, I'm actually okay with this idea of shadow banning because there are certain users when they get banned, they try to like retaliate, but if you shadow ban them, they have to do some reconnaissance to figure out, am I banned? And I prefer as someone who makes content and moderates comments, I'm okay with that. Um, the world needs more downvoting, yeah. Sometimes what we think is just a feature, it would be a whole department. Yeah, and that's the thing to think about. Like when you're dealing with things at scale, it gets really tricky. All right. This is what the person mentioned. I'm gonna close my screen while I click on it. Popular? Does it work? Uses WebRCC? I'm not gonna go through it, but that's pretty cool. If anybody else wants to check it out, feel free. Twiz is asking, when I build apps like this, do I build with monetization in mind? Not really. So I am not very business minded. I'm not very entrepreneurial in the sense of like making money from something. Ultimately, we are building this app for content, right? Like people are learning about the concepts that I'm using. I get views on Twitch, I get views on YouTube. That's mainly how I'm monetizing it. But we have talked about potentially how you could take an app like this and try to make money from it. And I think one of the things is like limiting the number of channels you can have in a list, because the way we're handling it right now, the fact that we request every single video from all of these channels from the YouTube API, that costs quota. Like it takes away from our quota to the YouTube API. So we could potentially say, like, you can't have more than 6 channels in a list, but if you want to add up to 10, then you could pay like a premium of like $2 a month or something like that. So I've worked at a consultancy before, and the apps we built there were monetized, like various apps, and it depended on the client that we were building the app for. But clients would want like a subscription model or like a one-time fee, and so I know how to do it. I just don't do that with the apps that I build here. I probably should, but yeah. It also, Pablo says, you ruined me. Every project I make is just for people and I have 0 chance of monetizing them. The thing is, like, you can always monetize after the fact, right? Like, and I guess the other thing is, like, because I'm releasing all of this source code, like, as open source, somebody technically could fork it. And I'm releasing it under MIT, which basically says you're allowed to do anything you want with it. Meaning, if you wanted to take my source code and my idea and monetize it, you could. That's basically what the MIT license says. It just says that I'm not liable for anything you do with this source code. But I don't know. Is it possible to monetize your app by using a third-party API like YouTube? Well, it's the YouTube API does have terms of service, and so I do think it is okay to monetize an app that's using the YouTube API, but you need to disclose it. I'm being audited right now. The YouTube API, they typically do like a yearly audit, especially if you use the YouTube API a lot and you're using a lot of your quota. But they sent me an email and they're like, we're auditing you. What are you using our API for? Give us links to the apps. Give us details of what the apps do. And so I had to do that. I basically filled out a form. And I'm using the YouTube API in a few different places. Like if you go to coding.garden/videos, this combines the archive channel and the my main YouTube channel. but it has like real-time search. So you can like search for tech and it filters it down, but this is across all of my videos. What happens if you lie? Well, they'll figure it out. That's just the point of the audit, is like you tell them honestly and then they'll confirm what you told them. So yeah, it's used here, and then sometimes when I stream on YouTube, I have the YouTube chat in my overlay, and that's where I use it as well. So basically, I had to tell them this is what I'm using it for. I also mentioned this app, but it's not public yet because they typically want like a publicly deployed app that they can click on. But the reason I mention all of that is because one of the questions they asked in the audit was, are you monetizing your application? And I'm not, but if I were, you probably would have to disclose it. Oh, and thank you, Alan. Thank you for the bits. Sounds like a lot like Apple's process for apps. Yeah, the thing is, like, you can just get an API key to talk to their API for free. If you have a Google account, you can just get it, and you have a small quota. But I think once they see that you're using a lot of requests and a lot of quota, they want to know what are you actually doing with it. Yeah. But that's the other thing why I would not start a business on this idea, because all it would take is for YouTube to implement this. And thank you, Unloved Slug. Thank you for that resub. Right? So YouTube has the engineers, it has the infrastructure. Like right now, the only thing you can do on YouTube is create lists of videos. You can't create lists of channels. But all it would take is for YouTube to add that to their website, and then this is not a viable idea anymore. So I think that's potentially another reason why I don't necessarily care about monetizing this, because I think any company or business that is at the whim of some other company's API, and like that's basically their only, like if that went away, their entire business would go away. It's not a good business idea. It's potentially okay for like side income, but not you shouldn't stake your life and your business on something that could be like ripped away from you if the company you're integrating with doesn't like what you're doing, or they just implement it. Yeah. And I guess that is interesting. I mean, you could think about like, yeah, would YouTube acquire something like this? I don't think they would want to acquire it, because they would potentially want to integrate it, which is different. And they don't need me for that. Like this isn't an insane type of code. Like we're just calling the API and then putting all the stuff together. It's like I think the more complex bits are going to start getting into recommendations, better caching, I guess also in queuing. I didn't talk about this, but let me catch up and then I'll get into it. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, engineers get that at YouTube and Google just to get to code. They don't have to listen to the Twitch chat. And PS Code, thank you for the sub. Appreciate you. I don't know if that was was it Doge House? I don't know. I think there were quite a few companies working on creator-centric apps. So that could have been one of the things that like Ben was talking about. What's up, Alka? Welcome in. Good to see you. Okay, what was I saying? Yes, in terms of infrastructure, think about, excuse me. If you were here last time, you saw how I implemented this. Like the first time you visit a list, we cache all of the videos for 24 hours. But think about this. What if two different users created a list with the same YouTube channel at the same time? Right now, we would actually have to hit the YouTube API twice. It would still only be cached once, but if we detect that it's not in the cache while the cache is being loaded, it technically would fire off two requests to the API to get all the videos, and then it would write it to the cache, and then the other one that was like slightly behind it would overwrite it in the cache. We probably want some sort of queuing system. So instead of just directly making the request to put it into the cache in our code directly, we put like a queue message into what are some of like the queuing systems or queue databases? Like probably like MQTT or MQ, something like that. You have to think about this in more of a scaled way, right? So if one user decides that RabbitMQ, yeah, that'd be a good one. Because what we could do is if a user decides to create, or Apache Kafka, those kinds of things. Because if a user decides to create a list with 4 channels, we kind of need to in the background, not in the main process that's running our app. We need to basically say, hey, please go cache this channel, please go cache this channel, please go cache this channel, and please go cache this channel. And so if another user creates a list and they try to cache one that's already being cached, it knows that it doesn't need to add that message again, and it can just wait. And then we would potentially have a separate process. Like that's not even a part of this API. It would just be like another running process where it receives, it looks at the queue to say, what are the things that I need to cache? Anytime something comes into the queue, it starts caching it. And basically we scale the system so that we're not pinging the YouTube API as much. And so many users can benefit from the cache without like overloading the cache. Does that make sense? Probably would make more sense if we implemented it. But yeah, cache me outside. You get the idea, you, David. All right, let's say hi to everybody, and then we'll start writing some code. The plan for today is to do our best to finish up the initial API integration. Hi, hello. We're gonna finish up the initial API integration. We did fix the YouTube order last time. We got the like count displayed. We want the I mean, technically, we kind of fixed the video titles. They are ellipses, but we'll handle that in the future. Yeah, here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna have that single video page that I talked about, where click a video, it shows the embed. You see the list of channels on the right-hand side. We're gonna make that. After we get that working, we'll double check all of our code, make sure it doesn't need to be refactored, everything is somewhat clean, and then we will finally commit it and merge it, because we've been working on a separate branch. So once we do that, we can start thinking about other features, because for instance, like right now, once you've created a list, you can't edit it, right? But it would be really great if I could click edit, and then I have the ability like to remove channels that are on this list or add new ones. That's probably the next thing that we will work on, but we need to focus on get the API integration cleaned up, single video page, we'll go from there. Yeah, there are a couple of PRs, but I think people have avoided PRs for now just because I have 26 modified files that I haven't merged in yet, so I need to finish this work. All right, let's say hi, and then we'll start writing some code. If you want to say hi to me, say hi, hello, hey, yo, cheers, greetings, hi, us up, what's up, morning, afternoon, howdy, good day, coding hi-yo, vohio, or boga hey. Say any one of those things. I'll say hi right back to you. I'm going to go back in time to 32 minutes ago. Pobplip said hello. What's up, Pobplip? Welcome in. And hello, Veeb and Amasil and Origin. Hello, Bukhari Dev, and what's up, Mark and Disredis and Pablo. What's up, Electrothermal and Roga and Shark Turnup, and what's up, Annie Bobani. First time in a live stream. Nice, glad to see you. Channel has helped me feel like I have a sense of community through the pandemic. Oh, I'm glad to hear that. I feel like so our Discord activity has died down. I don't have the time to make it better, but I do want there to be more of a community on Discord as well. I know the Twitch chat helps. At least like when I go live, this is a community. You all are a community right here. But thank you, Annie Bobani. Thanks for being here. What's up, Sej? And Shiham-san, what's up? And Erkund and Mariko Senpai, and what's up? Faceless and America 2050 and Danif and What Is It? And that's by Therial and Dev Terp and Alka and Calvaria and Cute Pony. Hello, Sound of Gaming and Make It Pies and Gatoon. Welcome in, and Julian and Scuba Steve, what's up? Taquito and Sana and Macaroni Pizza Pie and Age Monkey and LeBlanc and Jav and Marvelous Anything and Magic. What's up, Therese and Caleb? Welcome in, everybody. Glad to see you. Discord's still a thing? Yeah, I honestly think it's like one of the main things. And what's up, Don Corleone? Welcome in. Hello, hello? 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 Let's write some code. If I missed your hello, it's because you didn't say hello or hey. But if you want me to say hello or hey and I didn't acknowledge you, feel free to say it right now. Here we go. We want a single video page. And so actually for this, I think we're going to use nested routing. What's up, Sej? I'm pretty sure I said hello to you, but what's up? Yeah, I think like Discord, like they've really figured it out. I mean, yeah, because I think for the longest time, most people used Slack, but the gaming community uses Discord. And then other things use Discord as well. And what's up, Yash? Welcome in as well. All right, we're going to focus and we're going to talk about what's going to happen here. Excuse me. I keep burping. But check it out. So on this page, when I click a video, I kind of just want it to appear up here and then like highlight the fact that this is the video that's being viewed right now. Let's make it as simple as that. You click it, it shows up, and I think also what we'll do is this video section will be a separate scrolling area, because you can see right now when you start scrolling, all of this stuff goes like all of this scrolls with it. But I think I want this area to be scrollable, because that way when you click a video, we can keep the scroll to show the highlighted one that you're watching right now. And it might actually, do I want to implement automatically play the next one? That'll be a feature for the future. Thank you, Granny. Happy Buffalo. I am pretty red. I guess I was in the sun yesterday. Well. Yeah, Caleb says, I wish so bad that Discord would make an enterprise solution. Yeah, I think the thing is, like, I guess you have Microsoft Teams and Slack for that. I don't know. They're focusing on the gaming community for sure. Do I recommend Svelte? Svelte is pretty cool. I think if you like the templating syntax, go for it. Because at the end of the day, it's way easier to build applications that are like performant by default with Svelte versus something like React. Okay, let's do it. We click on this, we load a little thing, but I think for this, we want to do nested routing. Can we do nested routing in SvelteKit? Let's see, because kind of what I want is like, the URL becomes like list ID / some YouTube video ID. You can do anything. Compare it with Nux 3. Yeah, I think similar, like Vue also does a good job of being performant, but it still uses a virtual DOM, and virtual DOM diffing takes time. Whereas Svelte, the runtime that runs in the web browser, like doesn't have, there's a teeny tiny runtime in the browser, but at the end of the day, it turns it into like vanilla JS essentially. Whereas Vue doesn't quite have that yet. But if you like the developer experience of Vue, go for it. Because I think the same statement applies. Like, it's way easier to write things that are just like performant by default with something like Vue versus something like React. Like React takes some work to make sure that you're getting rid of unnecessary renders. The code that you write for like state management and like effects and stuff like that can be a lot more cumbersome compared to like Vue or Svelte. So that's the thing. All right, I got to stop reading the chat. Let's get into advanced routing. 404 pages, optional parameters, matching, sorting, encoding, advanced layouts. By default, the layout hierarchy mirrors the route hierarchy. In some cases, that might not be what you want. It is. Breaking out of layouts. The root layout applies to every page of your app. If omitted, it defaults to slot. What about Preact with signals? Probably you're going to get closer, right? Because that tries to do, I need to stop reading the chat. But that is better, I would say, than like built-in React state, because it has the ability to like only update or look at the pieces of the app that have changed. So it's closer. It's definitely closer. All right. I don't want to break out of the layout hierarchy. Can I just search for nested? Layouts can be nested. This is what I want. To create a layout that applies to every page, we've done that. Here we go. Suppose we don't want to have a single settings page, but have a settings profile and settings notifications. This is kind of what we want, because we want video list / video ID. Create a layout that only applies to the route. And then have a slot. Okay, let's just see if it's as easy as this. So specifically, if we look at the list page. So list for a given list ID. And what if I rename this to layout? And then I also call this layout because this loads the data for the page. And then in here, we create the page.svelte file. And it literally just has a slot. Literally. So this just says render the layout here. It does not like this. Oh, like this. Let's see. No errors in the console. And then the page still loads. Slot is in the layout. Okay, but here's the thing. Okay, what if I don't include the slot there, will it still load the layout page? Okay, so it loads it without that. That's great. That's actually what I want, because what I want is I want to say on the page, not that page, on I guess now the layout, on the layout right below here is where I potentially will load the nested route that embeds the video. So if we do something like in here, we create a folder that's called something like video ID. And then this gets a page with a slot. Actually, I guess we could just move that in there. And so this is going to get rendered right in that spot where I put the slot. We will just, for now, hello, I am video. And hopefully we see it. So now the idea is on the page. So I was just thinking like list ID, video ID. We could do list ID / watch. Let's do it like that because it'll be like closer to YouTube. It's not going to be exactly like YouTube, but it'll be closer. Because we could say watch / video ID. Like that. And then now on each of these, on the embed, when we click on them, we want them to go to watch / their ID. We could potentially implement that in the video embed. So this is the component that runs for each of the videos that's displayed on the page. Oh wait, apparently we actually just need an empty page file to get that to work. So right here, that's interesting. But an empty page makes it load the layout. Okay. Now, when we click on a video, we want to go to that nested route. So, this thing. When we click the video, we will go there. Is there like a special link component? Yeah, links are not used to navigate between routes. Wait, no. Anchor elements, rather than specific components, are used to navigate between the routes of your app. So we just, easy. So we'll make this an anchor tab. We'll make sure that it's display block. And then it will have an href that goes to the video page. So if we go to list video / video ID, and so this is going to be video dot ID, video ID. That should be it. So now if I click one, I want it to be relative. I mean, can I do this? No, it's leaving it off. Oh, you're right. It is watch. But it also you're right. It's watch, but it's not It's not prepending it to the URL because actually, like, I need this to be a, I need this to be like a slash URL because when I go here, it needs to be list ID / watch. The issue here is I need to get the I guess I would have access to the video ID if I have the params. Let's get the params. Or sorry, I would have access to the list ID if we get it from the params. And I think this is going to be app / stores. Can we grab the page store? Are the params in the page store? Am I right about that? The issue, I do believe, if we do a / here, then it actually goes, it'll go to the root, which we don't want. Like that. You see how it goes / watch? I basically want it to be prepended to the list ID. If you do /, I don't think hrefs actually. Okay, so here's the thing to think about. Because that trailing slash is not there, you'll notice that SvelteKit actually removes the trailing slash. Because it's not there, technically the current directory would be list, or not, the current path would be list, and then that's why it replaces the list ID. But it's okay. It's okay. We'll get there. Because right here we can say page dot $page dot params dot list ID string params. We don't get type completion here. Well, is that what I called it? Oh, you're right. It is just ID. So basically I want that param. Let's see if this works. It works. Yeah, you can see when I hover. Hello, I am video. So at this point, we just embed it in the slot. So I think, yeah, I want the list ID to be part of it because I want these to still be displayed. So that way you can click on them. Here we go. Here is our embed. Hello, video. And so now, not this one, on the specific watch page, we'll get access to the video, or access to the params, and so we can embed it. What's up, Hugo? Welcome in. But now it's not going to be video.video ID. It's going to be, again, the page param. So we'll pull the page params in from here. So we need a script. And Luckybox, welcome in. We'll set the lang to TypeScript. Bring in the page. And then use it. So right here, it's going to be page.params.that. Here it is. Beautiful. We'll give it some spacing. Let's like wrap it in a div. Mind blown. So wrap it in a div. Make them both widthful. So the div takes up the full width, and then the iframe inside of it takes up the full width. But we can now give this some margin Y to give it a little bit of spacing. Did I do video? I'm pretty sure it's video ID. What did I do? Yeah. Oh, video ID all lowercase. Are you sure about that? There's this weird thing about like a case-sensitive file system on a Mac, and also in VS Code where it doesn't display it correctly. Let's look in the terminal. Routes. list ID watch. Okay, it's a lowercase. I'm going to leave it lowercase because if I change the casing, I'll run into weird issues. So all lowercase video ID. Here we go. Nice. Nice. I think one thing we could do, like we kind of want this to be at the top of the page. Yeah, let's just put it above the name of the list. Put it in a card? Do I want it to be in a card? I don't know about all that, but maybe. So yeah, instead of putting the slot here, let's try it above the list. Yeah, I'm not opposed to that because now you can see below it, this is the list that we're in. Autoplay the video when navigating to it. I want to have a user setting for that. Well, the issue now, not the issue, but the other thing we want to do though is we want to display details about the video below it as well. Like title and basically all the details that we have here, but we want to put them on the page, similar to like the YouTube watch page. But what's cool is, oh, never mind. That's not cool. I need to update the path to the embed. List is yeah, we kind of need a sidebar that like shows you your list details, but we need the full path here because these are going to be linked embedded. So this is going to be /list/that ID like this. So now any one that we click on basically replaces the embed like that. Like that, and then also we can have like scroll to the top on load of the route. You mean put the list title above the embed? I don't know. It's actually interesting that the YouTube embed auto resizes. Honestly, I think we should do some kind of like breadcrumb trail because it should say list title and then the title of the current video that we're on. I think that makes sense. So let's look at we're using a library called Skeleton for our UI. Let's see if they have breadcrumbs. Breadcrumbs. Like this, yeah. This I think this is what I want. Seems fine. So I think like on the layout, we could have some conditional rendering. Crumbs. But something like this could be if we are on the watch page. I'll write the right logic for it, but let's do this. So if we're on the watch page, then we want to show breadcrumbs up here. And if we are not on the watch page, wouldn't it be great if we could code like this? I mean, it's getting to a point where we will be able to do that with like ChatGPT. So if we're not on the watch page, show the title and the description. And I guess and the list of channels. When are we going to display the list of channels? Well, the issue with it being logic on the watch page is that we're using nested routes because the watch page, check it out. The watch page is literally just the embed because it gets rendered right here. So we have to handle the logic above it. I mean, I guess you're totally right. We could put the breadcrumbs on the watch page. I am okay with that. I'm okay with that. But this bigger title, maybe we don't render it when we are. Yeah, I think that's it. Okay, so how do we figure out if we're on the watch page? We need to grab the page store to get the params, because if there is a video ID param, then that means we're on the watch page. So let's grab page from here. And then we'll say if page.params.video ID is a thing. So if it is a thing, don't show the title. So that didn't work. If it's not a thing. There you go. So now when we're on this page, it doesn't show the title, but if we go to the list itself, it shows the title. But then we click on a video, it hides the title. But now we can take the breadcrumbs and put them on the watch page up here. I don't know about name slots. I think the slots in this case are specifically for routing and nested routing. I know like slots in components are for you can definitely have name slots there. Okay. We should get access to the page data now, which should give us access to the list, because we can do data.list.title like this. And then here we're going to have to, for this page, we'll need to request the info about the individual video. We'll do something like this. Yeah. So GMM universe video title here, and then we can like link back to the list. What do you all think about that? Coding Garden universe, click that. Yeah? Yeah? Good? Good? I think this is good. I like it too. Okay, so now we'll make these links work. So this needs to go to list/data.list.id. No breadcrumb to get back home. We could do that. We could do that. Data.list.id. So that should go back to the list. And then this will not be a link. This is just the title. Yeah, and so when I click this, it takes me back to the list. Beautiful. Beautiful. We also need to scroll to the top. Yeah. Yeah, we have TypeScript. It works here. We get type completion and stuff. I need to grab some water. Let's get the video info on the page, and then I'm gonna go grab some water. Okay. Now, let's take a look at this file here, because this file here is loading all of the information about the list. We need to do a similar thing on the watch page that loads information about this specific video. So I'm just going to copy this into the watch page. We'll call it page.server. And we'll update it to get information about this specific video. And we actually will we query our database for this? Yeah, I guess if we get video meta, we can query our database for this. Yeah, so now instead of grabbing the list, we'll grab the video. And this will be way simpler. And we don't need the channel IDs. So we do Prisma client dot, I believe we have a YouTube meta table. And we need to find the first one What's happening? What's happening? Oh, is this okay? Copilot is off. I honestly prefer Copilot off, at least for now. But yeah, we want to find the YouTube meta where the origin ID is params.video ID. And if we found that video, we'll send it back. We'll send back the info, but it should load asynchronously. Cool. Yeah, Prisma client prevents SQL injection, right? You can see I'm basically passing in the URL parameter directly. Yeah, this will what do you escape? It'll escape it. It'll prevent injection. Okay. Prisma is the object relational mapper. Let's just talk to the database. What now? What now? I think I want to show some loading. Let's see how we're doing loading on the layout page, because we also want to show loading on the watch page. Okay, so I see. We're doing an await. This is what we want. So now on the on this page, instead of just straight up embedding the video, we should wait till we have all of the details. I think. So we want something like this, but we basically want data.stream.video, and then when we have it, we show the embed with all of the other info as well. Then video, and then we can actually use it here. So instead of using the page params, we can actually just, I mean, we don't have to do this, but this is the cool. So talking about TypeScript, so you saw in the loader, I made the database request. Now when I'm accessing that data that I loaded, it knows all the properties. These are the properties that are in our database. Origin ID is going to be the video ID here. And then why is this complaining? We need to bring progress radial in from skeleton. Is that not it? Skeleton labs / oh, that was wrong. Okay. But now that we have the video, we can show more info. So we have the iframe. We have, I guess, technically, let's do it like this. We can actually, I believe we can await it in 2 places, and it should be totally fine. So we have a little list item here, and we say we want to await the video. And while we're waiting for it, I'll just have the text that says like loading. But then once we have it, we want to show the video title. So video dot name. All right. Watch it happen. Everything's broken now. Let's see. All right. Await is basically, because we're doing server-side rendering. So the initial, actually, you'll see it happen for a split second. The initial page load is server-side rendered, but the only data we have immediately is like the title of the list and the channels that are in the list. The data that we wait for is potentially coming from the API or coming from the cache. And so that doesn't get server-side rendered, and it gets loaded on the client. So using that await in the stream thing allows us to do that. So you can see for like a split second, it's loading and then we get the data. But this is actually, this data was loaded on the client side. These pieces were server side renders. So it allows you to split up the what gets immediately or what we need to wait on to be server side rendered, and then what we'll wait on the client because we don't want to halt the rendering of the page to wait for everything. All right, we've broken it. List ID. Oh, I see. Wait, I did the wrong thing. It's not going to be in YouTube Meta. We need to actually call the YouTube API to get this info. I made the wrong database request. Because YouTube Meta holds channels, it doesn't hold videos. Do we call the YouTube API directly? Or do we cache it? Or pull from the cache? The issue with pulling from the cache is right now, the list of all videos for a channel is in one big array in a single cached element. We just need one of those objects. And it could be a lot to take the whole array in just to pick one value from it. Let's just do that for now. Okay, here we go. Here we go. Check it out. We're going to add another function that says get video. Yeah, so get videos requests all of them and puts them in the cache. And then get videos requests every single page of videos. So we have the data, but here's the thing to think about. If someone goes directly to this page, they didn't visit the previous page. I guess because it's a nested layout, we already have that data then. Yeah, I think you're totally right. Okay, never mind. We have the data. We don't even need to make an API request. So honestly, like for the server render of this page, the data was loaded on the layout. So we don't even need to query here. Let's get rid of that. This is actually going to get much simpler because we can have a computed property, and we can call this we'll call it the video. And that's going to be data.streamed.videos. And it is a promise. So we get the video, or we get the videos, and we want to return videos dot find. We want to find the video, or the video where video ID is equal to we need page data for this. We need to know what is the ID of the video. So we pull in app stores, and then right here, yeah, I think if we want a watch page for an individual video that's not on a list, we still could just use the video ID. But this will now let us say params.videoid. So this is going to find the one video. And so this is a promise that resolves to a video or undefined. So we are going to just wait on the video. And then we should be able to do video dot title. Great. Call this the video promise. They're promising us that we're going to get a video from that list. And then this is not origin ID anymore. This is now video ID. But now we have the title. So we can put all of that down here. Shouldn't we catch it? Well, It will be undefined. Honestly, so this is determining if if it doesn't exist, we show nothing. We probably should do something like that. We should have a we should render not found if it wasn't there. That is a good call. So if the video is defined, show the title. Else we say not found. Cool. This is a ton of like this is we're in Svelte land now. This is Svelte conditional rendering. And then similar thing here. So if the video does exist, then we'll show all the info about it. Otherwise, we say it was not found. And basically, so if a video ID is not in this list, then we say that it's not found. Okay, but real quick, let's just get some basic info about the video, and we can mimic the YouTube layout real quick. Yeah, so that if syntax is coming from Svelte, it's how you do conditional rendering. It'd be similar to what do you call it? Like a ternary in React. All right, we can show the title. We'll do that. So we'll have a paragraph tag that has the video.title and or VIF if we're coming from the viewland. Yeah. I said I was gonna get a drink after I figured this out. So once I get well, honestly, we'll just do the title. We'll just do the title. And then we'll do like text 3XO. Let's see what happens. Nice. You saw both of those little loading spinners? Actually, we don't need to show the title because we're showing the title at the top. Cool. So down here, we'll just show like the video description and number of views. Basically, we want to mimic this layout. Let's do that, and then I'm gonna go get some water. So can we do video dot view count? And then we need to add the publish date. Video dot published at. The more I think about it, the more I'm like, isn't it just this? But I guess it's not. It's different because we're not having the title and then, yeah, okay. And then we want the description. Are we storing the description? We're not. We should be storing the description. All right, let's see what that gives us. Yeah, so we get view count, we get the published date timestamp. This seems to be fine, but basically what's happening is the layout has the entire list of every single video. So this has all the info about views, when it was published, title, duration, all that good stuff. And so when you click on it, this nested route basically just searches that list, which it already has access to display the video info here. So that's a thing. Yeah. Where's the description in the thumbnails coming from? This isn't the description. This is just the the title. It's the title of the video. We need to get the description from the API and put that in our cache as well, because right now our cache doesn't have that. Play the 8-hour video. Cool. All right, I am gonna go get water because it's gonna take more work. But as you can see, we need to format both of these things in the correct way. I think it's easier to look at if you look at a channel with like millions of views, because the format of, like, let's say for instance, like 594K, if I click on it, you'll see that it shows the full number. But we want to format that better. Cool. And we want to scroll to the top. All right, let's give ourselves a to-do. To-do. The stuff below, formatted, and scroll into view. All right. Yeah, GMM. I like GMM. I watch them a lot. All right, I'll be back in 2 minutes. I'm gonna go grab some water. You should grab some water too if you have not. And I'll see you soon. Here we go. Hello. Hello, I'm back. No, it's not Dasani. It's water that has electrolytes, and it's alkaline water. Yeah, I enjoyed it. Yeah, Dr. Phantom has a suggestion. Why not a 2-column layout? Let's see. Not equal to this, kind of like the YouTube watch page. Or videos go in the place of the comments. So the videos would be down here, and then channels are shown on the right. Yeah. I mean, we just have to think about the layout. I want to kind of figure out a way to like collapse this, because if you're experiencing this list, right, you probably don't want to see the list of channels all the time. You only want to see them sometimes, like maybe the first time you come across the list, but otherwise you want to hide them. So there's that. I think eventually we will show the list of videos on the right-hand side, and we'll like show the comments as well. It's gonna take some workshopping. I think I'm gonna leave this layout for now, so that way we can better think about like what it should look like and what we should show. But yeah. Posted in Discord about hiding them? Let me see. Better for the list to be on the right-hand side? Yeah, possibly, but theater mode is cool because it's like a bigger embed. I just want to say the screenshot of my app looks legit. And GPT 1000 or 10,000, thank you for the resub. Says it says I must let you know it's my 2-month sub. I appreciate you. This looks like an app. This looks like somebody's building a thing. That's pretty cool. But yeah, what Asset Spark is saying is that this area should be minimized on the watch page. Honestly, yeah, I guess we don't really even have to show it at all, because if you're already watching a video, you can go back to the list to see. I'm not opposed to that. There's no need to have the videos on the right-hand side. Yeah, I think that's the thing is like you can see that I have theater mode by default. I prefer that, right? I feel like this is like wasted space if it's always there. Like I prefer to see the video full screen. And then it makes sense for like this stuff to kind of be below it. Yeah, theater mode all the time. Right? Like videos are HD these days anyways. But okay, I'm sold. I'm sold on the fact or on the idea of we literally just hide the list of channels on the watch page. Here. Yeah, so now they get hidden. You see all the videos below it. Yeah, and then so this will eventually get pushed to the right. We'll show the comments to the left of it. Exactly. All right. Awaiting data like this will work anywhere your app is deployed, because basically what it does is anything that isn't a promise. So it's multifaceted. Let's talk about what's actually happening here. So in Svelte, if you have data that you want to load on the server, like a database lookup, you put it in a .server file. So because of that, this file is always going to run on the server before the page is rendered. And you can see that we're storing this. Well, see, and actually you can see that we're doing two different things. So first of all, we are waiting on this. So before server-side rendering the page, we actually are waiting for this database request to complete. So this piece right here is not streamed. This piece is data that's going to be used in the initial server-side render. And then if you return a promise in this object, you can await it on the front end. And basically what happens is the front end has like an asynchronous request where it's waiting for that data, and then it shows that and it gets rendered on the client. So basically this stuff is only going to be available on the client after that promise resolves. And then this gets server-side rendered. So it allows you to mix and match, because basically when we, like for SEO purposes, we would want the list title and the list of channels. I would want this to be rendered for SEO. But for SEO, we don't really, this can load with JavaScript. We don't need to wait on all of the videos to load. So this piece right here is streamed. Now, streamed is, you can call this anything you want. Basically, because this returns a promise, SvelteKit knows that this is something that can be awaited in the template. So because this returns a promise, now in the template, data.streamed.videos, we can wait for it. And while we're waiting for it, we can say what we want to display. In this case, we're showing a spinner. And then when we actually have the data, we can use it. Yeah. Do I have a utility class for views? I do. Honestly, this might be the point where we refactor. Because if you look at the YouTube embed, we have these little functions, right? We've got the format date function. We've got the view count formatter function. I guess it would be nice to just take this one little piece right here and extract it into a little component, like a view count component. But even better, instead of calling it a view count, we could call it like a... No, we'll call it view count, because the other thing is we also need to translate the word views. We're not doing that right now. All right, it's time to refactor. We want another component that's just called view count. Utils. We're going to call it view count. And it's basically just going to be this one little section right here. And it's going to accept the count as a prop. And then we'll use that right here. What do I think about micro front ends? They're cool. It depends on like what you're working on, but like if you're on a team or if you're at a company with multiple teams and they all have different pieces of the app that they're working on, micro front ends could make sense. But I wouldn't say you use them all. Yeah, this is a tiny component, but I see at least 2 different places we're going to use it, so I think it makes sense. Because the other thing is like we could just refactor this to be reused, but there's a couple of things in here that oof. This needs to be refactored. And it's not the view count formatter. This is going to go in utils. This is not going to be a utils file. And I guess the issue is we need the locale. So we kind of need to say get compact number formatter. That takes in the locale, which is a string, and then returns this thing. That. And then we can use it. So we can say the number formatter is get compact number formatter with the locale. We'll import this in. And I think this should be lib utils. But then we can use number formatter here. Cool. Similarly, we can use number formatter in our little view count component. But now we need to create another instance of it. This is going to create an instance for every single instance. This kind of needs to cache the formatters. We don't have to do this. I'm going to do it anyways, though. It's going to be a map that goes from locale to, what is this? Intel.number format. Like this. And then we'll say if formatter.get locale or has will return formatter.get locale. Otherwise, we'll create the formatter, put it in the cache, and return it. Formatters. Okay, so the only reason I'm doing this is because I don't want to create a bunch of instances of the Intel number format because we really only need one for the given locale and then reuse it everywhere else. So basically, this does that. And at the end of the day, each user is only going to have one locale anyways, but it's possible that like eventually when we have the feature where somebody changes their locale from a dropdown, we'll want to keep track of the existing one, I guess. But this is better because now I feel better about doing this. I feel better about copying this piece of code to put over here, because otherwise, like every single place would have created a new formatter, but we want to get access to the same one. Cool. And then we need the locale. I guess we'll pass that in. Why is this complaining? Possibly undefined. I don't believe you. Let's fix our TypeScript types here. I mean, honestly, this is where we can give it an explicit return type. We can say that this is going to give you back an intul number format. Then it complains about this, but here's the thing. I literally just checked if it exists. Oh, TypeScript. Here's what we'll do. There we go. It should be defined based on my code. So get it from the map. If it exists, return it. If it doesn't exist, assign it and set it, and then return it. If the locale is specific to the user, does it need to be passed around? This is client-side code. But I see what you're saying. Like, where do we get access to the locale? But the issue is the locale is coming from the server-side render. That's why I'm passing it around, because it's like in the page data. I guess technically, I don't need to. If I don't pass it as a prop, I think I can actually get it from the. Let's look at this, because I do think I get access to it. Well, it's not even the page data. It would actually be this, like this. Because now this would be data dot. Well, yeah, but it's hard because now this is like a utils file. No, sorry, this is a component. So it doesn't get access to the page data. It probably would make sense to like put it in the store. Yeah, so data is only available in page files, but you'll see like in, for instance, this layout file, data.locale has the locale set from the server side. And then we use that locale in various places. But what we could do is like at the top level layout, like, cause this is like a nested layout. If like the top level layout that loads the rest of the app, we could actually put the locale somewhere that's reusable everywhere else. Is there a get locale? Melinda, I feel like it's been a while, but thank you for the prime. Welcome in. 20 months, that's awesome. I'm just gonna pass it as a prop. It's a prop. We're passing the prop. The other thing is, let's go ahead and translate this little bit right here. So basically nowhere in our app should we have text directly in the app. Everything needs to come from our translations. So what we can do is labels, views. This is going to be probably used in multiple places. So this is the English translation. Now we want to pull that in. Well, we right now it defaults to the English translation. But basically, once I build this out and once we know what most of the English text will be, then I'm gonna allow people to make PRs to translate it to their language. So you could make a PR that translates to Arabic. That says "Hello World" in Arabic. All right, so we have the views thing. Now we want to use that elsewhere. We need to bring in LL from our internationalization library. In the view count component, like this, and then we can access it. So right here, instead of just saying views, we say this dot labels dot views. And so now when it gets translated, it will be the translated word views instead of just being English. But now that I think about it, in other languages, you might not say view number, views. It might be views, view number. Is that accurate? Can anybody think of a language that would say views, then the number? Instead of number and then the views? In Spanish, it says views and then the number. Japanese? Because I mean it's doable. Basically what we need to do. Okay, so yeah, actually let me if I load YouTube in Spanish, will it show me that? Is that how you all see YouTube? Let me try. Um How do I change my language on YouTube? Because the default language of my browser is set to Spanish, but YouTube is still in English. Oh, it's because I'm logged in. See you later, Yesh. Thank you for hanging out. Yeah. Oh yeah, check it out. Wait, no, no. Yeah, so YouTube actually puts the number first in Spanish, anyways. Visualizaciones. Visualizaciones. ChatGPT is good for something like this. Visualizations? I think it means views. Visualizaciones. Right? All right. So I think it's if there's a possibility that the order changes, we need to handle that in our translation, which is easy enough because the translation library we're using can actually accept arguments. So what we should actually do, and then how do we make it bold compared to the text? I guess we can't. We can make the whole thing bold. We'll make the whole thing bold. But now, if we pass that value in to our translation function, we can put it in the right order depending on the translation. So for instance, I mean, in English, obviously it's going to be views. I need to look at the syntax though for how this works in the library that we're using. Yeah, because it looks like YouTube always just does it number views. I don't know. We'll do it this way. We'll do it this way. It links to itself. I just want to see an example. Easy to use syntax. Show me the syntax. Here we go. $, or parentheses 0. This is what I wanted. So this takes in an argument and then puts the word views after it. But if we want to do it differently, whenever you translate it to another language, you could put it in any order. I didn't spell that right, but you could do that, and then it'll get rendered in the right way. So that's what we're gonna do. I think the other thing is, yeah, now we have pluralization. So if there's only one view or 0 views, would you say one view instead of one views? I think I'm not going to worry about that, but I do think this library probably supports pluralization. Yeah. Oh, well, so the other thing we're using the Intel number format, and this handles locale specific shortening. Did I skip a break? I guess I'm just so focused right now. Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna worry about it. Like Acid Spark is saying, I'm not gonna worry about it. This is fine. All right, let's see if does this work. Well, we're not even using the component yet. So we've got our little view count component. It does the thing. Now we want to use it. So on the YouTube embed, right here, instead of doing this manually, we will actually say view count. We'll pass in the locale. And we'll pass in the view count. Like that. And then we import it. Great. So it's this little piece right here is now using our component. But for instance, if we load the page in Spanish, the formatting of the number is different. Yeah, so you can see it's comma mil. And then there are some languages that like don't even shorten it at all. But because we're using Intel number format, it handles that for us. So it formats the abbreviations of the numbers, and then we translate the word views or not. Okay, that's great. Do we also want a date formatter? Yeah, this I'm just gonna put in utils. This doesn't need to be a component, I don't think. We're just gonna put this in the utils function. So we'll export the function, format date, format relative date. Pull it in from Luxon. And then we also need to accept the locale. So timestamp and locale, which is a string. Okay. So now we can use this format relative date function here instead. So we'll import it. And then down here, we'll format the relative date with the locale. And at this point, why not? Let's actually, let's pull this into the utils as well. Oh, we don't use the locale here. That's good. And then now over here, we can also bring in a format duration. We finally have a utils file. Now, I'm also thinking we should make this easier. Instead of calling get compact number formatter, we should just call format number compact. That's really all. That's all we want. We should be able to call it directly, like this. With that and the locale. But now we need to implement that. So we have the get compact number formatter, but we can also do this. So this grabs the value, which is a number, and the locale, which is a string. And then we get the formatter, which is going to be get compact number formatter for the locale. And then we return arrow function. We return formatter dot format the value, like that. That's a bit nicer. So now we just import those functions. Format number compact? Did I not call it that? Format number compact. It's there. Try again. Great. But now let's also use that over here because you see we were doing this, but now we can just say format number compact with view count and locale. Why are some functions and others arrow functions? I'm just not consistent. Technically, this could be an arrow function as well. I guess we'll make, just to be consistent, we'll make it an arrow function. Look at us with all our utils. What a refactor. Okay, now at this point, we can do something like this in our page that displays the video. Yeah, this is the whole reason we did this. So now we can just do this. It'll be nice and easy. And we'll bring these in. So bring the view count in from lib, bring in format relative date from utils. We'll need to get access to locale. We can just say locale is data.locale. We pass in data.locale. And then we won't make this a flexbox because we don't want to split them apart. We want them to be nice and close to each other. All right. So now, when I click on a video, we get the number of views and we get when it was posted. Right now, I guess we will make it a flexbox just so that they're side by side. And then we can give it a gap. Like that. We could also increase the text size a little bit. And the Rob White, thank you for the resub. Appreciate you. Text 5x. Let's see what how big that is. That does nothing. Wonder where the font sizes aren't being applied here. Am I doing something weird? I just wanted to see it get bigger. It's not getting any bigger. We should definitely move this down a little bit. Margin top. 4. I guess it would make sense to have the channel name as well. So channel icon, number of likes. I think this would make sense to be put in a card as well. So let's actually put this in a card. And then some padding like that. Is the text size defined in the view count component? It's possible, but the time it was posted is not in there. So I would expect it to not affect it, but let's see. Use the unstyled class if we want to set the style. That also didn't do it. Paragraphs get a specific font size, I think the thing is. It's also the wrong page, but I think I wanted to do that. That's the issue. So a paragraph tag sets the style, or sets the font size. All right, that's way too big. We don't want 9. Move the rounded corners from the card top so the video looks like it's part of it. Sure, I think that's the other thing, is if we just do no margin top, now the card will be right next to it like that. You're right though. The what am I looking at? What is? Oh, this is my chair. I was like, why does that look weird? But yeah, the border radius here makes it like not seamless. That's okay though. All right. In the view count component, let's remove the font size. Or yeah, we'll make it a span. So that way we can change the font size. Like that. Now, that is too big. I would argue that's too big. So let's go 1 less. And then also I think the breadcrumbs need to be bigger. So the breadcrumb should be big, like that. It's happening. All right, so we've got list title. We've got videos. Apparently this happens. I don't like that. Actually, like, it doesn't wrap to the next line. It wraps in line. That's... What if I make this a div? That's something. And then what if these are not list items? These are literally the thing. Like, I don't like the styling that it's applying. Yeah. So if I do like a flex wrap. Yeah, 4. Maybe, but like for a video with a shorter title like this, it'll all appear all on one line like that. What do you think? So like long titles appear on their own line. Short titles appear on the same line. Here's one test though. So over on a line item center, I don't think that would like shift it to the center of the page. I don't like that. Or are you saying like vertical centering? But on William Osmond's channel, he has this video with a really long title. Like that. So we need to wrap this. We need to wrap this title. What did we do for the wrap? We did break words. That's what we want. Beautiful title. Um, um, do we want the line clamp too? So the line clamp 2 makes it a maximum of 2 lines. What does line clamp 2 do? Overflow hidden. Display. Do I need overflow hidden to get the break words to work? Yeah. Like that. So I think I like this because actually I don't want to ellipsize the title. I want to show the whole title when you're actually on the page. Cool. What now? Should we make this text even bigger? What's up, Mela? Welcome in. Should we? Honestly, I think we should put the channel name on here too. Maybe not. All right, we'll go back to 2XL. And then this stuff down here should also be 2XL. It is. Great. All right, we want to put the channel info right here. We need like the channel card stuff. So like channel icon, probably channel name. Mods, where are you at? Where are you? Mod check, everybody. Mod check. Mod check. Mod check. Alka does a mod check. I know you're like probably partially no I understand it. I'm just messing because I know Acid Spark's working. Alka probably has other stuff going on. Yeah, no no worries. It wasn't that bad. It wasn't that bad. Okay. So here's the thought. Do we put the entire channel card, right? So we can take this card, right? Do we just put that below the video? Or I guess not. We probably just want title and icon. So that's what we'll do. All right. We actually should have access to the channel info as well. Let's get that. So the channel promise. Data dot list dot Oof. How do we get it though? How do we get it? We'll say the channel, which is I think it's a YouTube meta. Starts off as null. And then if we find the video, do we wait for it to be finished? Can I maximize the window and see what happens with the iframe? Yeah, it's gonna do 100% width, so like the layout might not be the most optimal. Here, this gives us the video. Does the video have the channel ID? We have channel title. Oh no. I kind of need to know what channel it's from. All right. Back to the API. Here. So when we get all of the videos, here. So for every video, we're doing all this stuff. We grab the channel title. We should also add the channel ID. And I think we just have access to that because of this function. Yeah, channel ID, straight up. Like that. And then over here, channel ID is a string. Cool. So now every video will have a channel ID on it, so we can use the channel ID to get more info about that channel. Let's clear the cache, and then we'll have access to the channel ID. So the cache is in Redis. I'm using this Redis Insight, which is like the official one that's from Redis. Is there a way to just delete everything? Delete. Flush DB. Okay. Nice. Thanks for that, Bisepti. Cool. So our cache is cleared. And so now if we oh no, sorry. I was like, what happened? This is Chromium. Now if we go back to a list, it's going to need to re-request it from the API, but now we're storing the channel ID in the cache. I mean, technically the Redis cache is in memory anyways. So okay, so now this is cached, and if we look at it in the cache, every video now also has a channel ID. But that's great because now we can use the channel ID to make sure that we have the channel info. Okay, so now back over here, once we know what the video is, video should have a channel ID. And it does. We need to find the channel. So we'll say channel is going to be something like data.list.items. And we need to find the item where item dot meta dot origin ID is equal to video dot channel ID. Honestly, I guess I could make this a promise too. So and then channel is a list item meta with the YouTube meta. So that's going to have all the info that we need. Cool. Cool, 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 cool. And we want to show that info right above the view count. I think this is going to be like a nested away. Like technically this is going to be resolved when this is resolved. It's okay. We'll just do this. Here we can show the title. So channel dot. Do we have a name? Yeah. Channel name. And then we want the image to the left of it as well. So we actually do have a channel card component over here. Channel? Question mark? That's just if it's defined. It's possible that we didn't find it. It should be there because technically it's in the list, which then is in the list used to get the list of videos. It should be defined, but basically if it's, we should probably wrap it in an if statement. I was just trying to see, yeah, what do I use for this? I forgot we have a compact card though. It's fine. I'm just gonna copy paste this. It's totally fine. But here we can check. So if channel is a thing, then we show the info. Channel.meta dot image URL. Cool. Yeah, there's a lot of basically, if you were doing this same thing in React, you would have a bunch of nested ternary statements. If you were writing it this way, there are potentially other ways to write it. Like we could put this in a variable and then just render the variable, but the variable is like conditionally set. But can you even do that? I don't even know if you could even do that. This is the way. This is how things are going to work. All right. Now, click a video. We see icon, we see name, and then that should be on the next line. So honestly, this flexbox stuff, I actually want to put around these two things. Two flex boxes, one on top of the other. And then not that. I want align center or item center. Like that, yeah. So I want the image and the name of the channel to be center aligned. They shouldn't be that far apart. And yeah, we need more spacing between this and the number of views. Cool. But earlier, America 2050 asked, what happens if you full screen it? This happens. And we're going to need some logic for sizing to make sure that the video always fits within the viewport. But yeah, looking fresh. Okay. Anything else? Oh, man, I forgot. We should have added the description when we were messing with the cache. Let's just go ahead and do it. So back in our code that caches the responses. We need to get the description. So this grabs each video. We've got the title. Description is going to be video.snippet.description. Or nothing, if there is nothing. This is a string. Let's clear the cache. So that should give us access to description, and then that means right below both of these, we can add the description. Cool. Yeah, we might need to install a markdown renderer. We'll see. Let's see what this shows up as. This is going to need some spacing on the bottom too. Let's see. Let's see what happens. All right. Refresh the page. All of the cache needs to be loaded. We need to load all of these videos, which in turn will give us the video and then give us the channel. Look at that. Our little loading bars worked. Great. And then now we've got this. I think we should be able to do like white space pre, so that it respects new lines. Yeah, like this. That's not horrible. That's not horrible. And then, whoa, Sana, thank you. Thank you for the gifts. Much appreciated. That's awesome. But yeah, check it out. We can do overflow hidden and break words. Is that what we did? What did we do for the title? I thought that would work. But this doesn't. Oh, you know what? I think I need to make it display block for it to be overflow hidden. Cool. White space pre respects new lines. So you can see that like we have new lines here, but if I get rid of white space pre, then it doesn't respect the new lines. It just puts everything all on one line. I don't think it's HTML though. I mean, we can just look in the cache. So yeah, we basically need a markdown renderer because it's not HTML. It is just plain old text here. So if we actually want to render the links as clickable, then we would need a markdown renderer. Yeah. Eddie. Are we? Oh, we're in a hype train right now. I was like, why are people giving me money? Thank you, Eddie. Thanks for the 5 gifted. Much appreciated. Okay, how do I respect new lines without white space pre? White space pre-line? Yeah. That's what we want, I guess. That seems better. That one actually wrapped. Let's see what our other options are. White space pre wrap? Seems to be what we want. Yeah, the supporters overlay is broken. And I don't feel like fixing it today. All right, let's try another one. So this has to cache all videos from all channels, so it can take a little bit before it's done. No worries, Rags. Are you the one that just gifted? No, don't feel guilty. but I appreciate you. Thank you for the gifts. Yeah. Ah, stressed. This is cool. We basically have like a little YouTube client here. Oh, it was Eddie. Never mind. But yeah, no worries, Rags. Thank you for tuning in. You don't have to feel guilty at all. It's happening. All right, let's make it scroll to the top when the page loads. So how are we going to do that? So this is the page that shows the video embed and all of the other info and everything like that. Yeah, so Markdown renderers by default will convert links. They have options for the renderers, but by default, I'm pretty sure Markdown renderers turn any URL into an anchor tag. All we would need to do for like the base stuff is pass that in. Eventually, we would probably need a more complex parser. So especially like if it has timestamps in it, we need to write our own parser that makes sure that if someone clicks the timestamp, then it like changes the time in the video. That's for future us though. What we need to do right now is when the page loads, scroll to the top or scroll the video into view. There's got to be something, right? So is it like on navigate or navigated? After navigate. After navigate? Yeah, so and I think that's the thing. Eventually we'll pull in the actual YouTube SDK so we can control the video. But we're not doing that right now. Right now it's just a basic embed. But when we do that, then we can control the video. We can go to a specific timestamp. We can autoplay, that kind of thing. How on earth do I know when a page is navigated? Okay, cool. App navigation. Thank you, Veeb. Oh, thank you, AZ. Yeah, it's coming along. The past 3 streams have been extremely productive. So now we can say, after you have navigated, please scroll this one into view. How do I get a ref in Svelte? A ref to the component. Bind this. Let bookmarks, and then we bind it. Not bookmarks. What is this called? Breadcrumbs. Breadcrumbs. Um, need to give it a type though. This is like an HTML div element. Like that. And then that will let me use it. Yeah, so here I can say canvas, or not canvas, breadcrumbs, scroll into view, behavior, smooth. All right. Is this all I need? So that's there, and let's say I click this. That's pretty cool. And then let's say I click this. It scrolls to the smooth, yeah. It's beautiful. Why is it so easy? It's so easy. Um, so breadcrumbs are when you see this in an app. So it's like it's like a navigation history. All of my video titles are really long, so it's easier to see here. But basically, this is saying this is where we're at in the navigation path. Like we're currently on this video with this title, but if we go back, this is where we were before. So it's kind of like history. It's a history of the pages that you've been on. The analogy is, I guess what I know breadcrumbs from are breadcrumbs from like Hansel and Gretel? They like leave breadcrumbs behind in the woods so that they can find their way. But basically, it's history. I wonder if Wikipedia has a etymology of breadcrumbs. Yeah, it's kind of like, you can think of it like path. Let's look at the disambiguation, because there's a navigation technique used in user interfaces. But I always think about it like, you're leaving little things behind so that way you know how to get back to where you came from. But you see it used a lot in user interfaces, right? Yeah, this is mentioning like the file manager in KDE. Let's see. Does Mac do it? Yeah. So, I think it's not enabled by default, but very similar to a file system. It's like these are the breadcrumbs it took to get to this folder. Yeah. Yeah, okay, let's do that next, Jamar. Yeah, we'll do that before we complete here. But yeah, so beautiful. We can load the list, we click a video, it scrolls into view, we can play that video. We've got the channel name, views. I guess we can also put likes. Let's put likes. Where do the likes go? I guess we could put it in a little chip, a cheap. Like this, a cheap. Let's see. And where do we put the likes? Do we put the likes before the views? I guess technically on YouTube, the likes are on the same row as the... Where did the likes go? It's on the same row as the title, or the same row as the channel name. Let's put it in front of view count. Yeah, so this is waiting on a promise. It's waiting on a promise to render the thing. And basically, before the promise resolves, show this. After the promise has resolves, show this. That's what that means. We're using SvelteKit. Svelte. I think await is specifically SvelteKit, or is it Svelte? I don't know. It's one of the two. Let's put this right here. That's ugly. What does it look like down here? Hmm. Variant soft? Well, that's not centered now. We need to do the same thing we did for this. Yeah, I don't like the chips aren't exactly what I hoped for, but I think it's better than nothing. Honestly, it's the same color as the background though, so like, is it even worth it putting it in a chip? Hmm. It's fine. Make it red? Can I do variant soft primary? Ooh, that's better. I like that. Cool. What did we say we were gonna do? We should highlight a card if that is the one that we are watching right now. I think the other thing is I want to make this area scrollable. It's gonna be weird if there's two scroll areas though. The main issue is like if you're way down in the list, like down here, um, then that's a lot of links. a lot of links here. Wow, it's a long description. We probably should collapse the description. Well, but yeah, let's highlight it. And honestly, that should be pretty easy. So on the page that lists all of the videos. So for every video, we're listing it here. And if that video is the current video ID, show an outline. I think what I'll do is I'll just pass a prop down to the video embed and just say outlined, or let's say active. And that's just going to be if, and die for trying. Thank you for the prime. Are you new? You are. Thank you. Appreciate you. We'll grab the params. So params dot video ID is equal to video dot video ID. So we're passing down this prop called active, and then now in the YouTube video embed component, we'll take in that prop, which is a Boolean. And if active is true, we'll apply like an outline class to it, to the card here. So yeah. Oh yeah, exclamation mark merch. We'll get it for you. Merch.coding.garden. It's hidden, but it does have the Coding Garden logo on it. I've thought of making some of these without the Coding Garden logo, just so people that have no idea who I am are more interested in buying the shirt. Oh, actually, let me give you a discount code, Lejacq. Right now, Teespring is running a thing. You can get 25% off, and they cover it. It doesn't eat into my profit. So yeah, let me get you a 25% off code real quick. And that anybody could use this. Anybody could use this. I just forgot. Like I wanted to potentially add some new. I wanted to add new merch before I announced it, but I don't think I'm going to. So you can just use the discount code for what already is out there. Yeah, and so if you don't want to buy today, this code is good till April 17th. The code is, I think it works for everyone. So the code is friends and fans 25. You get 25% off the whole store. I think you can buy multiple items, and I still make $5 profit from anything that you buy. So there's also this code mug. There's nothing in this mug, but we'll put something in it. But yeah, I think it should work internationally. I think that'll help out because I think shipping can be a bit more expensive. So yeah, cool. PHP win. I don't know. I've done PHP on stream before. I have. All right. So we want to apply a outline class when the thing is active. So outline. How do outlines work in Tailwind? Let's actually see. Does Skeleton have a way of outlining a card built in? Ooh, they have the hover effect. I definitely want that. No shipping to Morocco? That's unfortunate. They ship to a lot of countries, but I guess they can't ship to all of them. Variant ringed. Let's just try that. So we want to apply the variant ringed primary class if active is true. Well, it's harder to see when it's further down in the list. So like this one. I mean, that worked. That worked. I think the issue is the image is it's overlapping on the card. How are we doing this? Lazy loaded image. Hmm. Can you give it a negative Z index? Yeah, so negative 50Z. Doesn't do it quite. I don't understand why it would be overlapping with the card though. I guess if we gave it a little bit of padding. Yeah. So that like pushes it in, so now it's inside the card. Oh, thank you, Acid Spark. But that's it. So now it's highlighted to show you where you're at in the list. Nice, Itaquito. That's glad. It's good to hear. I'm glad some people will be able to get some merch because I like I said, I still get about $5 profit from anything that you order. I'm okay with adding padding because you can see it pushes the image in slightly, so now the image is inside the card. It's fine. All right. Where are we at? Where are we at? Is this everything that we're gonna do today? I think we're pretty. This is pretty good. This is pretty good. We've made some really good progress. We have the video embed. We're showing all the info. Parsing this stuff and showing and like being able to collapse it. I think we'll do that in the future. But for now, think it's good. Honestly, I kind of want to put the title down here too, just because. Yeah, this is progress. It's happening. We have an app for the most part. I've been using a Mac as my main machine for like at least almost 8 years now. No, you can't like a video. There's no interaction yet. No, so technically, there will be ads in the embed. Like if you click play in the embed, um, YouTube will still show you ads there. I have my ad blocker on. I mean, honestly, we can test in Chromium because I don't think I have any ad blocking in here. Yeah, so this is for the future. We need to add infinite scroll on this list or pagination, because right now this is literally every video from all, what is that, 5 of the channels in this list. So this is every single, like if we go to the end, these are videos from 10 años. Hace 10 años. So yeah, we need to improve this because right now it's just literally everything all on one page. But we will have to think about how to do it correctly. So yeah, I mean, we can see what we've localized these. You can see the number of likes in Spanish actually does not get abbreviated. I guess it doesn't get abbreviated here either. You know why it doesn't get abbreviated? Because we're not abbreviating it. we need to abbreviate this. Format compact. Format number compact. Yeah, there we go, 12K. If I infinite scroll down to the end and click a video, how long would it take to scroll up to the player? I mean, we can test it. we can put it to the test. Let's watch it. Fascinating. It has to scroll past everything. Yeah, so this could definitely use some improvement, but in the meantime, this is pretty good. I'm pretty happy with what we've done so far. I guess the other, so shield your eyes. I'm going to turn on light mode. I haven't tested this in light mode, but it should work. Okay, close your eyes or whatever. Here it comes. Now. That's ugly. It's not horrible, but it could use more contrast. Hmm. Oh well. Yeah, we'll dedicate a stream to making sure light mode looks decent. All right. Oh, we need to pass in the locale as well. It's their fault if they're using light mode. So the thing is, like, you do need light mode for accessibility. Like some people actually, for accessibility reasons, don't use dark mode. I could probably make that outline thicker. I'm the thing is, I'm using the built-ins. So variant ringed primary. Let's actually see what that does. Let's see what classes it applies. Ring color, ring opacity, ring offset shadow. Can I just increase the border width? Is ring the tailwind thing? Ring width. So yeah, I think we can do something like this. So Uh, that didn't do it. It might be overridden by skeleton. Yeah. Yeah, feel free to link Lester as long as it's appropriate. You can link it in the chat, or if you don't want to link it in the chat, you can DM me on Discord or in a Twitch whisper. See you later, Veeb. Thank you for hanging out. Couldn't just change the background on the whole card to make it more obvious. You know, you're not wrong. let's see. Do they have different card colors? Filled variants. Honestly, let's try that. Let's do variant filled primary. Ooh, but then we have to worry about contrast. I like it better. I do like it better, but now the gray text here I think doesn't have enough contrast. But that actually looks way better. What's my opinion on Svelte? I'm liking it. I am liking it. Like, I think one of the things you're going to have to get used to is the fact that like every single route has a page file, and so you have all over your code base, you have things that have the same name. So that can take some getting used to. But I do like how they split things up into separate files and you know exactly where some code is running. I haven't looked into Next 13. Like, I don't know if they have like nested routing and stuff like that. Yeah, I don't know. And I guess the other interesting thing about SvelteKit versus Next is, so like with server components in React, your component is either a server component or a client component. And then client components can be loaded inside of server component. You'll notice that in SvelteKit, it figures it out. It figures out what it should be, right? So like if a component doesn't have or yeah, I guess if a component doesn't have any like sort of data loading, it's just a client side component. You don't have to, basically the framework handles it. I'll click. Should I trust the link? I'll hide my screen for a second. Oh, nice. Is this a patch? Is this a patch, Lester? Did you make this? I like it. Is this a flower or like a succulent of some kind? We should come up with. I mean, it would be cool to get something like embroidered or printed. Welcome back, Sej. I want to get more of my branding on here, but I like the idea. This is pretty cool. Thank you for doing this. Like, I have like there's a specific font that I use. It would be fun. So I know tested. So actually, let's make a list with the tested YouTube channel. Are there other channels in the tested universe? It's the channel with Adam Savage. What other are there related channels? They don't list any channels here. Oh wow, lately it's all just build videos. Wait, where's all like the product reviews like this from I forget his name. Norm. Does Norman Chan have his own YouTube video or YouTube channel? Yeah, I guess he's just on that channel anyways. Oh well. So the thing about our app is that you can actually make a list with a single channel. So we'll call this Adam Savage's Tested. we'll search for the channel. And so if you didn't see this yet, this is how you create a list. You can search for the channels you want to add to your list, and then create the list. And then this is going to go grab all of their videos. Why am I showing you this? Oh yeah, because there's a video that Adam posted. Not a video. They have maker patches. We honestly should. We could add like a real time filter here. I don't know if he did an announcement video for it, but let's find their website, their merch, because the patch that you just showed me reminded me of what they released. Shop. Yeah. The demerit badges. So tape self-stuck demerit badge, staple gun mishap, forgot to level merit badge. So it's like so merit badges you typically see like in Boy Scouts or in Girl Scouts and various other things. So these are demerit badges because it encourages you to get things wrong. It's because you're learning and it's okay to do things wrong. I feel like there's more badges. Where did all the badges go? They might have been sold out. But it would be cool to do something like this for Coding Garden, right? To have badges for coding and programming related things. So, yeah. Yeah, they don't. All the videos don't render. they lazy load. So you can watch as I scroll the page. You can see that the images are like loading in real time. So on the page, there are however many videos are on the tested channel. But I don't load the images until I scroll. We need to fix that. Basically, we're going to add infinite scroll or pagination. So this only shows like one page at a time. Yeah. I mean, seems fine. I mean, obviously this is not ideal. We would not want to do this because like, yeah, if we go all the way, yeah, this is 8 years ago. These are videos that were on the tested channel. Wait, this was some of the first videos? I remember watching this one, like the real life Zoidberg. Lazy loading is just built into the web browser these days. So on an image, if you just say loading equals lazy, the web browser will not download that image unless it's in the view. I mean, it's possible that there's some kind of virtualization that's automatic. I don't know though. Yeah. This is cool. I'm proud of this little thing that we're building. Yeah. All right. Was I doing something? Oh yeah, we were gonna change the contrast after. So now that we made this thing red, we need to change the color of this. So, I mean, we could do this. We could say, apply this class if we are not active. I think Svelte might have a. Did I do that right? Yeah. It might have an issue with this syntax. What if I did that? Oh no, because that's dark. We need to conditionally apply both of those. And then this one too. And Rogue Soul, thank you for the resub. Yeah, I'm on my MacBook. I'll show you my setup in a second after I get this. That's what I want to see. So basically, I didn't want those to be gray when we're on dark. We could say, I'm okay with them being white. That's fine. White text is fine. But then it's gray when it's on a dark background. I like that. Cool. But yeah, I'm literally looking at my MacBook right now. This is my MacBook. I do have an external keyboard and an external mouse. I'll show you this. So this is me. I'm using my mouse, my keyboard, and I've got my MacBook on a little stand here. I got used to just working on a single screen. I like technically at my little office over there, I do have an external monitor, but I just have Discord and maybe Spotify open on the external monitor. I keep everything on a single screen for the most part. Columns. So turn it into a single column if we're active. Is that what you're saying, Bekanovich? Oh, thanks, Jay. Welcome in. Thank you for the posture check, CNET. Is the MacBook Air 2020 enough for programming? Depends on what you want to do. Like, if you're trying to run a lot of stuff like Docker and various other things, you might have a hard time. Yeah. But I think what I need to do. Okay, so we fix the contrast there. I think I'm just gonna summarize what we've done so far and get this merged into main. But there's more work. I'm not gonna collapse the description today. But yeah, bring the active video on top. Yeah, that's the thing is like we also need to consider navigation because like on YouTube, like if you're in a playlist, basically it's almost like this is a playlist. And when you're in a playlist, it will highlight the video that you're at and show it near the top. Honestly, we could use that use the YouTube playlist UI as inspiration. So for instance, let's say I click on the first video. Down here, you can see that this video is highlighted in the current list, and that's kind of what we're doing here because this is the list of all the videos of both those channels. But for instance, if I go to one of these, never mind. I thought YouTube would like auto scroll. But you can see YouTube makes you scroll in the list to find the current one that's active. Huh. What if I like hard refresh the page? Get a cute pinned player? What do you mean by that? So I'm using an extension for YouTube that like adds this little hover. So as you scroll, it hovers the video. Eventually we could add stuff like that. But I don't know. I think we need to think about how do we let the user know where they are in this list, and then also we're gonna add more filters and sorting, right? Because right now it's just sorted by most recent videos, but you might want to sort by view count or like count. Or you might want to create your own playlist just based on these videos. We have to think about that. So I'm not going to add anything just now because there's more to think about, I think. Okay. When you go to the channel, for example, what do you mean? Yeah, that's the thing. Like, and that's what I'm trying to think about. Like, if we are treating this as the playlist of like this is the order that you're going to watch them in, then shifting it out of the order doesn't make as much sense. So like if I play a video and then I go back to the channel, I don't have that setting enabled. Maybe it's not default, but you're saying like sometimes it'll show it playing down here. How does this look on mobile? Probably fine. Because it does go to a single column layout. So yeah, this is an iPhone 11 Pro. We could clean it up though, right? Like we probably want to make the title collapsible. But yeah, then these just go to a single column. Yeah, it's not bad, not bad. And then you can click them, it does the auto scroll. These cards need to be fixed for for we're on mobile. And yeah, we could probably decrease this font size on mobile. But yeah, like you can see these cards, we probably need to go to a single column layout on mobile. Is that an easy fix? Yeah, I guess we do that. Yeah, so we could do that. Every video before the currently playing video gets hidden. But again, I think we need to think about it a little bit more, because that would mean that this UI is a playlist, right? It's a list of the order that you're going to watch them in, and that may not be the case. We need to figure that out. This video title is hilarious. Cool. All right. Yeah, it looks okay on mobile. It's definitely usable. Is there an XS size in yeah, the thing is SM is the smallest. So we could change what we're doing there. So on medium we do 2, on large we do 3, and then XL we do 4. Not XL, grid columns 4. Yeah, so we got 1, 2, 3, 4. Cool. I need to go use the restroom, and then I will give a once over of everything to make sure there's nothing. I was gonna say make sure there's nothing else I want to do. I think this is mostly what I want to do today. But I'll make sure that I have all of the to-dos, and then we might do a couple more refactorings if I find anything that's a little too crazy, because this code's going to get merged into main. That's the plan. It's been like 3 weeks since we merged into main, so we're going to do that. So I'll be back in like 3 minutes to clean everything up, and then I'll make a summary video of everything we did over the past 3 or 4 streams, and then we'll get out of here. So I'll be back soon. Wait, for what? What am I waiting on? Thank you, InstaFluff. Alka, I was literally about to go on a quick break. And Alka was like, wait. Thank you for the raid. He didn't spoil it, though. He just said, wait. And I was like, what am I waiting for? But thank you for the raid. You are too kind. Thank you, InstaFluff. Glad to see you. Shout out to our good friend InstaFluff. 17 months. That's awesome. Welcome in. I can show you what we've been working on. I'm pretty proud of what we've been making. So this is an app we've been working on every Friday, and the idea is you can create lists of YouTube channels to watch. So for instance, now let's take a quick stretch. For instance, I created a list called the Coding Garden Universe because I have 2 YouTube channels. I have an archive channel for all of my Twitch VODs, and then a main channel for other videos that I publish. But what's nice is you can go to this list, and now it smacks all the videos together. So it's a single list that has all the videos from both channels. And so what we worked on, and so we got all of this working like over the past few streams, but what we got working today was the video watch page. So now you can click a video, it embeds it, we bring in all the details, and then like highlights it down here. But to make you think about where this will work as well, for instance, I like to watch Good Mythical Morning, or GMM. And so the GMM universe has Good Mythical Morning, Good Mythical More, Ear Biscuits, Rhett and Link. There's also the Mythical Kitchen and like a few other channels. So now this is a feed of all of the channels that they have, which is cool. And then, yeah, and then so in a similar idea, but like slightly different, is like if you ever watch Safety Third. So this is William Osman, the Backyard Scientist, Alan Pan, and Niall Red. They're all on a podcast together, and like technically their channels are completely separate, but they do a lot of collaborations and they appear together pretty often. So this list is cool because you can see all of them. But let's make a new list, because what I'm thinking right now is like makers, all my favorite makers. So you create a list, you can search. So I like to make stuff. By Bob is a really cool channel that I like to watch. There's also Get Hands Dirty. I forget her name, but she's awesome. Who else makes things? There's like Nerd Forge. And I guess these are like different categories of making, because both I like to make stuff and Get Hands Dirty do a lot of like woodworking, but then like Nerd Forge also does like model making and stuff like that. Yeah, I like to watch. I went on like a Simone binge a few weeks ago. I watched all of her like old Tesla Truckla videos and stuff like that. Who else? Mm, there's a guy. His name is Miles. Miles. I found him recently because I watched a channel uh, called 1000. He's an artist, but he did a collab because one of his fans created a well so I mean I would create a separate list with I did a thing, because there are certain people that make weird things or make things that like I don't know. It's like comedy. Whereas these channels, I mean, Simone is technically comedy, and I think I like to make stuff can be funny. But like these people show you how to build things. I don't know. But let's see if we can find him. I don't know if he'll pop up. Miles, make with Miles. That's it. All right, we need to fix the styles. But regardless, now when you create the list, it goes off and it caches every video ever published by all of these channels. So this is gonna take a second. Actually, I'm gonna go use the restroom while this caches. loaded. But now it's like you have you've got a whole list of like entertaining things about building stuff. All on one little page. Cashless is the future. Well, the issue is we're integrating with the YouTube API, and we have a specific quota. So basically, I only request the list of videos from a channel once every 24 hours, because otherwise we would be hitting the YouTube API over and over again. But we have some work to do, because right now it literally puts all of them on the page. We are lazy loading. You can see as we scroll, like the images. I mean, my internet's fast, but the images just like slowly load. But we can go all the way back in time. So 9 years ago, I like to make stuff, had some videos. So I've thought about playlists. Like, the thing is, this is basically a playlist of channels, right? So like, oh, cashless, I see. Like money. But what was I gonna say? Oh yeah, YouTube doesn't let you do this, right? YouTube doesn't let you like create a collection of channels. You basically just have your subscriptions, but that's everything. But I'm subscribed to a lot of stuff. The other things I like to watch, let's call it like Silent Asia. There's all these channels that where the people don't talk, but they just show you like Japan and Singapore and Korea. And I like to watch a lot of those too. All my favorite Silent Asia videos. But as you can see, I have a lot of varying interests, right? Solo Travel Japan is one I started watching more recently, but they're great. I also watched Dancing Bacons. He's awesome. And then, I mean, you could kind of like mix these in there, but there's also like, I think it's called Food King. I think they're a Korean channel. Is this it? Is that Korean? I can't tell. It's probably them. Solo Travel? I don't know if I've seen them. Maybe I have. That icon looks familiar. Yeah, and then Solo Travel Japan has a secondary channel where anytime he's like eating food, he actually cuts it from the main video. It says King Food in Korean. Nice. Okay. So, but and there are a few other ones, but I'll show you just the genre, because it's honestly relaxing to just put it on in the background. Because the thing is, like, a lot of travel channels that aren't like this, the narrator can sometimes kind of be annoying, right? Like, if you don't want to hear somebody talking, if it's just like you're trying to kind of like experience it. So all of these channels, the videos that they upload, they don't talk over it. They basically film themselves doing things, and then they add subtitles later. So you can see, like, yeah, King Food, and King Food also does, basically they film businesses cooking food or restaurants and stuff like that. Yeah, these are great to just put on in the background. Yeah. Yeah, so Zafia, so right now you can log in with your YouTube account, but in order to get access to your subscriptions, I have to ask for a specific scope. And I didn't want to do that by default because some people don't want to give up their subscriptions. So eventually we're going to have a profile page where you can say, allow, like, use my subscriptions. Then you would have to re-auth to grant the permission. But then at that point, yes, we could show you a list. These are all of your channels, and now you can start to organize them into lists. But yeah, for instance, let's look at this King Food one. In 80p. Yeah, you do. I do believe you still need extra permissions. There's like one scope you need access to in order to get access to people's subscriptions. But yeah, this is the app. I'm pretty excited about it. We talked about it earlier, but all it would take is YouTube to implement this, and this app isn't a thing anymore. So yeah, this is just like the intro, but once they get into it, it's so, I mean, but it's, I think some people also consider this like ASMR because like you hear the water going and everything else, but no one's talking. It's literally just experiencing the stuff as it happens. Yeah. Yeah, so this is cool. So I mean, but that's another thing is, um, just the being able to say, all right, I'm in a mood to watch videos like this, so I can go over and do that. Because right now, um, if you look at my YouTube subscription page, it's a mess, right? Because I have so many interests, right? Like I watch cooking channels. Well, I watch those channels separately. I watch cooking channels, which are different. Because like I like to watch Binging with Babish and Maddie Matheson and You Suck at Cooking and The Internet Shaquille and Munchies and Bon Appetit and there's a ton of cooking channels that I like to watch. But like these are narrated, right? There's sometimes they're instructional in a way, but that's one genre. And then I like the silent videos, and then I like to watch making videos, so people like building things. Um, and then I also like to watch Good Mythical Morning. I talked about that earlier. Um, and then yeah, Safety Third if you want some like entertainment. So it's like it's nice to be able to separate the content depending on the kind of mood that I'm in. So yeah. Yeah, so and that's the thing. I've watched Paolo before, but I don't watch him as much just because there's a lot of narration. But he has some pretty entertaining videos for sure. Okay, what now? I think what we said we were gonna do next is I need to review all of the changes that I've made and make sure I'm ready to commit this and merge it into main because I've been working on these features for like the past 3 or 4 streams. So let's do that. Let's review all of the changes that we made today. Oh yeah, I watched Mark Rober too. His is like a different category though, just because he's so huge. And he only publishes like 1 video a month. I don't even know what I would group him into. But yes, every time he publishes a video, I watch. The thing is, he honestly like sometimes he actually hangs out with the Safety Third people. Like he's done collabs with William Osman and stuff like that, and he's done collabs with I Like to Make Stuff. This channel, yeah, he'd go with Adam Savage maybe, but the thing is like, I guess it also depends on like how often they post because Adam posts pretty frequently, right? A new video almost every day of him building things and like showing off his workshop and stuff like that. Whereas like Mark Rober is like a 1 or 2 video a month person. That said, I mean, I could probably come up with another category that's like people that don't publish as often, but they're just like anytime they do publish, you know, it's going to be popular. It's going to be a banger, that kind of thing. Yeah. Okay. We did a lot today. Let's see what we did. Yeah, we extracted our utils. Oh, and I guess I didn't mention this, but the other thing is we're using SvelteKit for this. So the other aspect of building this thing is like learning about SvelteKit and seeing if we like working in it. And I think we do. I think we do. Like it has some quirks, but for the most part, I am enjoying what we're doing here. Yeah, that's what I was saying earlier, AZ, because I was trying to find, because Norm used to post on here all the time, and then, I mean, I guess he does every now and then, but there are a few other people that are part of Tested that also do kind of like reviews, because like it's in the name, Tested. But yeah, I think since the pandemic, Adam Savage, and especially, I think, so Adam Savage used to, for his, like, he does what are called one-day builds. So if you see some of these, like, 30 or 40-minute long videos, he goes into his workshop, he decides he's going to fix something up or build a thing in a day, and then films all day, and then it gets edited down. And they're super entertaining, because, like, you learn how to build stuff, and then you get to also learn about his interests and stuff like that. But before the pandemic, he specifically would have a dedicated film person come into his workshop, and they would film like multiple camera angles and everything else. When the pandemic hit, he started just filming on his iPhone, and then he just started cranking out videos because now he like didn't need to have a film person in the workshop. He still gets he brings in a filmer every now and then. You can tell like based on the camera angles and stuff, but he's able to produce a lot more because he doesn't have to wait on someone to film him. He literally films on his iPhone, uploads it, and then his editors take care of it. So yeah, since the pandemic, there's been a flurry of uploads from Adam Savage. But yeah, it used to be like reviewed stuff. It still is. Like Norm still reviews like tech and stuff like that, but a lot of it is like one day builds. Okay. What are we doing? We're just gonna give a once over of all this stuff. Honestly, I do think there are quite a few to-dos. Let me search the whole code base for to-do. Oof. Oof. Okay. That's not ours. To do, use a logging library. All right, I'm not gonna fix that today, but in the future we need to add a logging library to use that instead. Get the language from the cookie or user setting. That's gonna happen in the future. Use an icon library. Something better than ellipses. All of these are like, yes, I'm gonna do these later, not today. Hmm. What's up, Wally Do? Welcome in. But yeah, thank you, Instafluff, for the raid. I think we gave you the shout out, but definitely go follow Instafluff. He was one of the first live coders that I followed on Twitch and watched before I started streaming pretty often on Twitch. I used to stream more on YouTube than I did on Twitch. But click that follow button. And they're the original inventor of the drop game. We have an Instafluff command, I'm pretty sure. Yeah. They made the what was it? Pixel parachute drop? Pixel plush dev. Is this it? Am I gonna get to a weird site if I do this? No, I found it. Great. But yeah, if you want to add a drop game to your stream, you can use the parachute drop that Instafluff made. Yeah, but thank you, Instafluff. Thank you for the raid. Thank you for bringing your friends over. Thank you for hanging out too. Yeah, of course. All right. I just stumbled across this. Now that I'm thinking about it, this is going to be tricky. So I have this comment right here that says we should do internationalization, because right now, if we get a result back from the YouTube API and the video doesn't have a title, or sorry, the channel doesn't have a title or a description, we're putting these default values, but these are the values that are getting put into the cache. And the issue is users of various languages will potentially be requesting something that gets put into the cache. So we have to think about, what do we set as the default in the cache? We could just default to English, but we potentially need some mechanism for translating these things in the UI. I love to watch no title. And honestly, like, is this even possible for this to happen? Like, can you have a YouTube channel with no title? I don't think so, but the YouTube API response is like, it's very finicky. So, but yeah, that's just one thing I thought about. That's actually gonna be a trickier problem to solve, because we're caching that data and we're putting it into the cache with no title. So I guess, yeah, if we set it to null, then we can translate it on the front end. Probably, that's honestly the easiest way to go. You're totally right. But once we start doing that, then we will, we'll need to do conditional rendering, and we need to update our database schema, because our database schema specifically says that like name cannot be null. So we could allow null, but then we'd have to change our database schema. We'd have to change it in a few places. I think somebody did ask, how did I come up with the database? Who said that? I missed that earlier. But yeah, the app is being built with SvelteKit. The database is Postgres, and we're using a library called Prisma to talk to our database. Somebody asked. I think I missed it though. But basically, so if all of these streams are in a series. So if you look at the YouTube playlist, you can go all the way back to like episode 1 or 2. And this is literally when we designed the database. And for full stack app builds like this, I typically like to start with database design, really just lay it all out there and try to think about what is the data in our app? How are we going to store it? How is it related? But we are now on stream number 14, and the database has even evolved since then. So I have my initial design, which is very high level, and then as we add and remove things, we adjust the design from there, like, or add new tables if we need to, that kind of thing. Use icons? That's actually pretty interesting, right? So you use visual language instead of having to translate. I think we would want to show text though, but we could have like a cross, like a circle with a line through it. They do AZ, and we're not using that yet. We're probably going to come, I think we're going to come across another to do in here where the YouTube API actually gives us back localizations. You can see when you get back a video. So we get access to video.localizations. And this has stuff in it. Well, it has a localized description and title, but I guess, does it have a language? Maybe it has like the key is the locale. So eventually we need to use this. So yeah, if a user is viewing our app in Japanese, we can show the Japanese titles or the English titles, depending on if YouTube makes it available. But I haven't even looked into what kind of data we get back. I'll need to do that eventually as well. All right. I think we're good. I mean, obviously there's more work to do, but in terms of what I'm going to do today, that's probably it. I need to summarize everything that we've done though. And this will all be in future streams. Okay. Let's commit it. Also, make sure all of our tests and everything else run. I guess that's one issue is I think right now our CI, our GitHub Actions are going to fail because it's expecting a Redis database to exist. Let's see. All right, the types pass. The linter passes. Am I uploading videos on YouTube? I have an archive channel that all of the archive videos get uploaded to. And then I'm about to record a summary that will be a YouTube video, but I haven't uploaded a video in like a week or two. The test passed, but here's the thing. If I shut down the database in the Redis server, I think the tests hang, they time out. Why is playwright so slow? It's actually pretty fast. It's waiting for the database connection. That's the issue. And there is no database connection because I killed the Docker container that has the database in it. So I need to... What do I need to do? Yeah, so Eric timed out. So the timeout right now is set to a minute. You can probably lower the timeout if you need longer, but or don't want it to be as long. Can I just do like a Docker compose up in my GitHub action. Is that possible? Like, do I get access to Docker in a GitHub thing? Actions setup node. Let's see. Uses this with this. Then I'd have to set up all the environment variables. Man. I don't want to do this right now. But I think I have to, because if I don't, the tests are not going to pass on GitHub, and that's going to limit people making PRs. Use Docker run inside of GitHub Actions. What's up, Zero Turner? Welcome in. Yeah, we might have to use that marketplace one that I found. What's up, Chuchunis? Honestly, you probably want to know both. I would say if you're trying to find a job, at least from what I've seen in the landscape, Redux is probably used more. And Redux like patterns. And then I think React Query is just good to know in general. But honestly, it's gonna take more time to learn how to use Redux and like all of the concepts in it than it would take to learn React Query. Because React Query on the surface is actually fairly simple. You make requests that return promises and then you use those in your app. That's pretty much React Query. Whereas with Redux, there's a lot of concepts. You've got actions, action creators, you've got reducers, you've got async actions or thunks or sagas, depending on how you do it. So honestly, your time spent learning Redux wouldn't be wasted because all of that is all those concepts get used a lot of other places, but React Query is not that complicated. It's not as complicated as Redux. Okay. Using Docker run inside of GitHub Actions. All right. I'm not going to fix this, but I'm just going to merge without the test passing. That's my plan. Welcome in, Dural. Glad to see you. I messed up. What did I do? Oh, I'm missing a double quote. Can I not have an exclamation mark? I guess I can't. Look at all these changed files. Um, Okay, now I have to figure out what I need to talk about. The last summary I posted was this. I set up form actions to create a list. So last time we were actually creating lists. This was March 17th. Did we actually have like the channel search and everything? No, I don't think we did. Because we hadn't called the YouTube API yet. Yeah, so last time, all we had was create a list with a name and a description. Since then, we've added the ability to search for channels. Okay. Yeah. I guess I'll just talk about it, show the code as I go. That's the plan anyways. Because the first spot we're going to be is, we did a lot of work. A whole lot of work. First spot would be on the create page. And basically, we created like this little channel selector down here. And I think the one part that's worth talking about is the fact that we kind of have like a nested enhanced form. Am I doing something about Prisma cold starts? I haven't deployed Prisma yet, or I haven't deployed the app using Prisma yet, so I haven't come across any cold start problems. Yeah, and so like this does a form action, which actually gives us the embedded results. Fascinating. I remember when we did all of this was fascinating because it's like a form inside of a form, and then we have the form action. Yeah. So we're using named actions. We have the create action and the search action. Okay, we'll start there. And honestly, I'm just going to do this one step at a time. And then figure out what I'm going to talk about each step of the way. I guess the other aspect of this is our database schema changed for this because we wanted to be able to store information about the channels, specifically like subscriber count and everything else. Okay. Hmm. All right. What kind of list should we create as an example? Maybe we just do like JavaScript tutorials. I guess if we search for, yeah, we could do like Svelte Society, Svelte Mastery, Joy of Code. I know Mattia does a lot of Svelte stuff. Let's do that. All right. Hello, friends. Welcome to Coding Garden, and it's been a while, and we've done a lot of work since I last saw you. So in this video, I'm going to summarize the work we've done on Listed, which is an app that allows users to create, share, and watch lists of YouTube channels. Now, the last time I saw you, we had created the create page, but we only allowed title and description for the specific list. Now we've integrated the YouTube API, so you can actually add channels to a list during creation. So let me show you an example of what that's going to look like. Let's go ahead and create a list. Let's call this Svelte channels. All the Svelte channels. Now, I'll be honest, I actually don't know all of the Svelte channels, so I just knew of a few. But here's what happens. In this little search box, you can put in a term, and this actually calls the YouTube API. And gives back all of the channels that match that. So for instance, we could add Svelte Society. You click add. That's going to be in the list now. There's also a channel called Svelte Mastery. And then I know of Joy of Code, who's Mattia, and they post a lot of Svelte videos as well. I think Huntabyte, I don't know if they're specifically Svelte. We're going to go with these three channels. So now that we have them here, whenever I click create, that's going to create a list with all of these channels in them. Yeah, we can add Rich Harris. Does he have a YouTube channel? The Primogen? Rich Harris? I don't know if he has a YouTube channel. It's fine. We'll go with these three. But essentially what we need to do whenever we click create is we create a list in our database with this title and description, but we now need to also create these channels in our database and then associate them with that list. So some of the work we had to do was to update our database schema a little bit. So you can notice here that we're also showing like the channel name, the handle, number of subscribers. There's various information about the channels that we want to have in our database so that way we can use in multiple places. And so for that, we actually added a new table called YouTube Meta. So if you don't remember our database schema, basically we have a list. That's the top level item that will be created for this list with this name. And then a list has a set of list items. And this has the top level information, like just name and description. So this will be like channel name, channel description. And then it also has meta. Now, meta is generalized, but can have a type. And you can see right now, list item type is just YouTube channel. But the thought is eventually we could bring in other services. And so list item meta could be of a different type. So it could be Instagram or TikTok. For now, everything's just YouTube channel, which is why you kind of see this bit of indirection because it's list item meta. And then if it is a YouTube channel, it'll have YouTube meta. So these are YouTube specific things like subscriber count, banner URL, is verified. So all of these things are specific to YouTube. If we were to add, let's say, like a TikTok meta, then it would have other properties that are not specific to YouTube. So that's why we have like 3 levels of indirection. And when we add a channel to a list, we need to first create the list item meta. So that way we can associate it with a list item, and we create the YouTube meta. So we have all of this information in our database. So we updated the schema, and now whenever I click create, it's going to create the list. It's going to create the list item meta for each one of those, and then the YouTube meta for each one of those. And now on page load, it actually calls out to the YouTube API to get all of the videos for every single one of these channels. And now you can see they're listed on the page here. So we can see videos from Svelte Society, Joy of Code, etc. I guess I'll give you a full tour of how everything works, and then we'll take a step back to talk about like how the create list page is working. So for instance, if you click on a video, we just finished this up today. Now it embeds the video. We're on a nested route. We have all of the information about the video, like the channel name, number of likes on the video, number of views, when it was posted, and then also the description. Right now it's the entire description. We're going to add collapsing later on, or like a collapsible description. And then you can see the current video is highlighted in red. And like I said, this is literally every video for every one of these channels. So it goes all the way back like 3 years ago to when Svelte Mastery's original videos were uploaded. So of course, in the future, we're going to clean this up. It'll be paginated or infinite scroll. There also will be other ways to filter and sort the list. Right now, by default, it's sorted by when these videos were uploaded, but this is it. I can show you some examples of some of the other lists I've created. So for instance, I have the Coding Garden universe. So I have 2 channels, the archive and my main channel, and this list combines both of those together so you can see all of the videos in one place. Some fun stuff are like Silent Asia. So I like to watch videos that are in either like Korea or Singapore or Japan, a lot of countries in Asia, where people basically like walk around and maybe they're eating food or they're traveling, but they don't talk over the video. So like Dancing Bacons and Solo Travel Japan, those are some of my favorite channels for that. And then King Food is a Korean channel that will show various like restaurants and food carts and stuff, people cooking their food. But this list has all 5 of these channels in it. And so now if I'm in a mood for just watching some interesting sights and scenery and food, I can go to this list to watch them. So a lot of different lists. I guess I also created makers. So I have like, I like to make stuff, Make with Miles, Nerdforge, Get Hands Dirty, Simone Gertz. And so this list is a lot of makers that like to like build things on YouTube. So these are the lists. Let's specifically talk about how this page works, because some things are happening. So whenever you search for a channel, we're actually using SvelteKit form actions for that. Now, if we weren't doing that, you typically would kind of like separate this out into an API function, and you would have like an AJAX request on your front end that is requesting the list of things, and then they just get loaded back in. But for instance, if I search for Coding Garden, this is actually a form action. So let's show how that is working. So we have the top level form, and you can see now we're using named actions. So whenever you click this create button, that is calling the create action in the backend. But we have a nested channel search. And this also has a form which calls us a named action. So you can look on this form and you can see that we're calling an action with the name of search. So if we look in our page actions, you can see create is the one that we had last time. That's the one that's actually going to create the list, put everything in the database. And so when we click this button, it's calling this action. But when we click search, it's actually calling this action. And you can see here that it's calling the YouTube API to search for channels and then returning the results. And then we can actually use those to display in the list here. So the way the code is written is this is actually just a form submission, and we're using the enhance of the form built into SvelteKit so that we can set the loading state. But at the end of the day, we just have now form data. So in the action, you can see that we're returning an object with a property called results. So that means on the page, we get access to form.results. So if form.results exists, we can iterate over it. So that is how we're handling this. Basically, the form submits, it does the page action thing. We set loading to true, so you see a little spinner. And then when they come back, we apply the action. And here we can say, if there are any results, render them out. So you'll see that this is very different than kind of like the traditional way of making a fetch request and then just like updating some data on your component and then rendering over that. We're actually using form actions to get some nice like progressive enhancement here for the channel search. So that's how this is getting populated. And then we have the piece here where you have the channels that are being added to the list versus the one that you've searched for. So when you click add, you'll notice that it gets added up here. And this one says remove down here. So they're actually like communicating. We essentially have in the page component, we're storing the data, which is the list of channels that are going to be added here. And it communicates that down so that way this knows if it's in the list or not. So when you add it, it knows that it should say remove instead of add. So that's pretty much it. So basically this calls a form action to list them out here. When we add them, I guess I'll point out when we add them, there's something interesting happening here. We're actually using a hidden form. Let me re-say that. So the way that we're actually sending the channels to the backend for create is just a list of channel IDs, and you can actually see that right here. So if you're newer to web development, you may not remember the days of hidden form inputs, but that's basically what we're doing here. So the channel search and then the list of channels, that's purely visual. That's for the user to know what they're adding to the list. But when we submit the form with a post request, we're actually just sending a list of channel IDs. So basically what we do, any channel that's been added to that list, we're putting in this hidden select. So there's actually a drop down here that has a bunch of channels in it. Honestly, let's actually see this in action. If I open up the source of the page and we look in here, we should see a select. Yeah, so you can see there's a select. It's hidden, and then inside of it, no, that's not it. Give me a second. Here we go. So you can see right here, there's this select that's hidden. The user can't see it on the page, but if we look inside of it, there's actually 2 items that are holding on to those YouTube channel IDs, and that's actually used in the form submission. So when we submit the form, it's going to send these 2 values along with it, and then on the back end, we use those channel IDs to put them into the database. So that's an interesting thing you might not have seen before, where basically we can show the user something different versus what actually gets submitted in the form. So for the form submission, we did have to update some things because now we're inserting into the meta tables. All of the stuff from before is the same, but now after creating the list, we have the list ID, so we want to create the meta items. So for every channel ID that is in this list, we need to first check, have we seen this channel before? Because basically the meta table has information about all of the channels that we've seen before. So if like 2 different lists have the same channel, that's already in our database, but we're not going to add it twice. So if it's already in there, we just use it. If it's not in there, we need to go get some more information about it. So we reach out to the YouTube API to get all the details of a channel, including subscriber account, avatar URL, all that stuff. So we get all of that from the YouTube API, and then we store that in our database. Now, in the future, we would want to update this, right? Because the subscriber count changes, right? For now, we put it in our database and it just stays there, but in the future, we'll have a mechanism to update this information in our database like every 24 hours or when a user requests it or something like that. But for now, we get the data and then we put it into our database. You can see here with Prisma, we are doing like a nested insert. So we're inserting into the list item meta table, and then Prisma is able to do an insert into a secondary table with that relation. So basically, we're putting that channel info into our YouTube meta table, and then that's going to be linked to this list item meta table. So that gets created. And yeah, if it already existed, we just use that, but we actually reassign it here. That creates the list, and then we get redirected to the actual list page that just got created. So that's the mechanism for how this create page works. All right, what do I want to talk about next? Let's talk about the YouTube API. Yeah, we'll talk about the cache in a little bit, but that comes from Redis, and I'll show you where we're using that when we talk about the list page. So I showed you some areas where we're calling the YouTube API. Let me actually show you what's going on there. So basically, every request to the YouTube API, we have encapsulated into this library called YouTube API. So instead of directly calling the API anywhere, we're always deferring to that library that we wrote that internally calls the YouTube API. So, excuse me. So you can see it has functions like get channel by ID. It has things like search channels with a given query. We essentially wrote the code to call the API, but now the only place we call the API is in this one spot in YouTube API. So in our lib and server folder, we have a file called YouTube API, and this is where all the requests to the YouTube API happen. Please deploy. We have more work to do. So in here, you can see we create one instance of a YouTube API client. And for this, we are using the official YouTube SDK for Node.js. And this is nice because it has some pretty good type completion. Man, I've been talking for 10 minutes already. Yeah, I remember that. So there was one extension I used to use as well. I think the main issue is like it tried to embed itself in YouTube, so like it was really finicky. All right, let's talk about this again. So you can see here we create an instance of the YouTube API client, and we are using the official SDK from Google. And we are using the official SDK for Node.js that comes from Google. And this is nice to use just because they have TypeScript types. Now, not all of the types are perfect, but it's better than just directly calling the REST API because it has some types built into it. So we create that client instance, and then anywhere we need to make a request, we use that client instance. You can see we have a couple of types. So we have the YouTube video API response. So when we're looking at the list page that shows all of the videos, this is what the response looks like for each one of the videos looks like this. And then you'll see we also have, where did it go? Oh, that's clever. So you can see right here, we have this YouTube channel meta API response. Basically what we've done is we have that type in our database that I talked about earlier, the YouTube meta, which has the channel name, the subscriber count, the channel description, avatar URL, all the stuff we need to know about a channel. And this is how it looks in our database. But basically what we do is we take the YouTube API response that we get and we turn it into that object, except for created at and updated at columns, because before we put it into the database, it doesn't have timestamps. So basically this type is the type that we're going to be returning from these functions. And that's one of the other reasons that we wrapped the YouTube API is the YouTube API can sometimes respond with like empty data or different things like that. So by reformatting it into a nice response, our front end code that's actually using these objects is more, doesn't have to worry about missing properties because we set all of those properties in this file. You can see we also have a type for the YouTube video, and that has all the things you would expect to have for a YouTube video. But again, whatever responses we get back from the YouTube API, we're reshaping into this, so that way it's more consistent across our code base. And then we have a couple of helper functions. So again, if you've ever worked with the YouTube API, the responses can be very finicky, right? So as you can see, sometimes dates are undefined, sometimes they're null, and they are a string. So we have a little function that makes sure that we're returning it into a timestamp. And then also things that should be numbers sometimes are null or undefined. So we parse them and set them to 0 if they didn't have a value. So a lot of these things that I wouldn't want to have to do over and over again in my front end, I'm doing here before the front end even gets the data. And then here you can see an example of taking in a channel and then converting it into that specific format that we want. And you can see that we're setting some sensible defaults here. Like if the title doesn't exist, or they don't have a channel URL, or sorry, or they don't have an avatar URL, or they don't have a description, we're setting some default values here. Now, we have a to-do because you know that this app is internationalized, it's translated, and right now we have English translations that we're just putting here. So in the future, we're gonna have to handle translations for these things. But for now, this is just setting some sensible defaults that can be used in our front end. And here you can see an example of how that function is used. So when the app requests to get a channel by ID, we call the YouTube API directly, and then we reformat it into the more consistent format so that we can use then on the front end. Yeah, I think I don't want to show that one though. I think I do want to show. See you later, Lester. Have a good one. I think I want to show search channels. Let's just show this one because we'll talk about the others when we talk about the video page. So for instance, search channels is implemented here. And so this is what we call on the server whenever we want to search for a channel while creating a list. So this is the function that gets called. You can see that we call the YouTube API. So we use the YouTube client. We get the first 50 results that match that query. And so that's 50 channels. We're specifically asking for channels. Now, after getting that, we need to get more information because the top level search API from YouTube doesn't have all the details we want, like subscriber count and banner URL and various other statistics about the channel itself. So this is a top level search that gives us the basic details like channel name and ID. And then we use that to call a secondary API. So there's a lot of funky code in here because basically, the response that we get back from YouTube, sometimes there are literal undefines in the middle of an array that should be an array of just objects. So we have a lot of code that basically is looking at that response, making sure that the thing is there, and then reformatting it into an array of things. And then that gives us a list of channel IDs that we then get further information about. So channel parts has all the information that we're requesting. We want the snippet, the statistics, the brand settings. So statistics gives us like subscriber count. Brand settings gives us things like banner URL and their YouTube handle and stuff like that. So all of that we are then requesting after we have the list of channels that match a given query. So we get all of their extra data, and then, man, I forgot about this code that we wrote. So we grab all of that extra data, and then again, that extra data could be missing things. So we kind of like reformat it. And this extra data that we get is actually in a different order than the original search results that we got right here. So what we do is after getting back all of that information, we turn it into an array that is in the same order as the original search results that we got back here. I know it seems like a lot. We basically we had to do this. So we reformat it. We basically, by putting all of the channel details into this map here, when we iterate over the original search results, we can now return a new array that's in the same order, but now it has the extra information associated with it. All of that to say, we now have a list of results that we can display in the UI whenever you're searching for channels. So whenever you search for Coding Garden, all of that is happening. It hits the API, gets back a list of search results, then uses all the channel IDs from that search result to get further details like subscribers and handle, and then reformats it into the format that's more consistent that we can use on the front end, and then finally displays it to the user. So that's that. All right. What else? What else do we want to talk about? Oh yeah, I guess we'll talk about caching, but we'll talk about caching whenever we talk about the videos page itself. I don't have a guide on internationalization. So I used a library called TypeSafe I18N, and basically just learning how to use this library is kind of like the guide to doing it. That's basically that's kind of all I got for you. Yeah, I think I'll talk about the videos page now. I think that makes the most sense. Cool. See you later, Origin. Thank you for hanging out. The next stream is going to be 3 weeks from now because the next 2 weeks I'm teaching the React course. But there's still a lot to do. We have if you look in the devlog, there's things that we need to be able, probably the top priority is being able to edit an existing list, right? Like remove or add channels to an existing list. And then there's all kinds of, for one, we need to make sure that you can only look at lists that you actually have the rights to look at. And then it's really just cleaning up the videos page, like allowing sorting, filtering, controlling the video, and then eventually doing things like the keeping track of stats, like what videos have you watched and stuff like that. But yeah, okay. So now let's talk about the individual list page. So when you go to a list, you'll see that up here at the top, we have the list title and then the list of channels that are in that list. This piece of the page is handled by our server load. So when we visit this page, we look up in the database, find the list that has this specific ID. And we do some includes here. So this is Prisma's way of including nested related data. So we get the list with that ID, but we also include all of the items. So every channel in that list, which is stored in a separate table, is now going to be joined together and will be included in that query. And then for every channel, it has meta information. And for every meta information, there is YouTube meta information. So this one query gets everything we need to know about the list. It gets the list name, the list description, and then the list of all of the YouTube channels and their channel IDs and associated information so we can display it on the page. So that YouTube meta gives us things like the handle and subscribers and title and image, so we can display all the channels in the list. Now the list of YouTube channels, that gets loaded asynchronously. So you'll see here that we grab the list of channel IDs that we got back after retrieving the list from the database. So now we know every YouTube channel that is in that list. And here we're returning the list itself that we got back from the database, but we're also returning a promise. So get videos is a function that returns a promise which will resolve to a list of videos. But because there can potentially be hundreds of videos, we don't want to wait to render the page for all of those to come back. So what we want is this stuff at the top, we'll wait for that before we render the page, right? Because if we're thinking about like SEO, like if this was to get indexed, I would want the search engine to know the name of the list and the channels in the list, but not necessarily the videos in the list because that changes pretty often. So basically this piece up here is server-side rendered because SvelteKit is going to wait for this data to come back from the database before rendering the page. But because we've included this as a promise and we're not awaiting the promise, we can actually await it in our template code. So that way Svelte basically serializes this promise that can be resolved on the front end. So to see an example, let's actually create a new list. So that way it'll take a little bit longer. What do we create? So let's create a list for JavaScript channels. Some of the JavaScript channels. So for instance, let's add like Traversy Media. Did I spell that right? I didn't, but it knew what I was talking about. And then like Web Dev Simplified. Nice. And then developed by Ed. Is his channel still named that? It is. We'll add him. So we're going to add these 3 to the list. But what you'll notice is after I create the list, the page will load with the title and the channels, but then we're going to see a loading spinner before it actually shows us all of the videos. So let's see that. This right here. And that's because videos is a promise. So SvelteKit knew that it could render the page, but now in the front end, we have code that says wait for this promise to resolve, because right now all of those videos are being cached. Hey, Taquito. We talked about it before, but actually I'll mention this. Now, I know right now the loading takes a long time. We talked about it before. We potentially will have like a mini game, or we'll tell people, please wait, because after we load this data the first time, it's actually super fast. So if I go back to this list, it's instant, right? I don't have to wait again because we're caching the data, which I'll show you in a second. But that's the main thing I wanted to show you, is that this piece of the app isn't server-side rendered, only this piece. Now let's see how we do that in the client-side code. So in SvelteKit, they have this await block. And basically what we can do is we can await a promise. And data is our page data. And you can see data has this property streamed and then videos. Now, you don't have to put this into an object called streamed. We just did that because it's basically serving up as a stream. I mean, technically I could put this at the top level and it would still work. Mainly what SvelteKit looks for is something that is a promise. And because this is a promise, streamed.videos I can await. And so in my code here, I am waiting for the videos. And basically if the promise has not resolved, it's going to show this piece of code. So it's like a conditional promise render. So if it's not resolved, show a little spinner. But if it is resolved, iterate over all of the results to show a YouTube video embed. And so essentially, this piece of the app up here, let's see. Yeah, this piece of the app up here gets server-side rendered, and then this piece down here doesn't load until it's ready on the client. Cool. So now let's take a look at this get videos function so I can show you how we're doing the caching. So over here on the YouTube API, we have this function called get videos, and it receives a list of channel IDs. So for every channel ID, we call get channel videos, and then we return one big list of all the videos sorted by when they were published. Now get channel videos is where the magic happens, because this is where we're caching and also requesting every single page of videos. So you can see here, it accepts a channel ID. It creates a cache key. So we are using Redis to cache this info. And essentially the cache key is just an identifier. So the next time I request videos for this same channel ID, I'm going to look in the cache with this specific key. So every channel will have a unique key. This can be whatever you want, but as long as it's unique for the things that you're storing. So if those videos are in the Redis cache, we just get it back, we parse it, and we return it. And so that's why on subsequent render, these things are so fast. So if I look at some of these other lists, they render fairly instantly because that just had to pull from the cache. Let's see, like this one. Yeah, it's a little bit. It's a little bit of spinning, but again, it's not the really long wait because it doesn't have to call the YouTube API. At this point, they were already cached. All right, if they weren't cached, then we need to get the videos for this specific channel. So if we look at get all videos, this actually calls the YouTube API, and it calls it one page at a time. So the YouTube API only lets you get up to 50 results at a time. So basically, we're getting 50 videos at a time for this specific channel. And similar to how earlier when we were searching for YouTube channels, we also had to call a secondary endpoint to get more information. Same thing here. So search by channel ID gives us videos for that channel. And then once we have the video IDs, we can call the specific YouTube API to get all the video information, like number of likes, how many views has it gotten, what is the duration, all of that extra info about a video, we have to call a separate endpoint. So we do this and then we reformat it. So I showed you the type earlier that we're reformatting it into. Basically here, we take that data, put it into this format, and then put it into the array. And then the way the YouTube API works is paginated. So if there's a page token, then we request the next page of video. So essentially, we are requesting all the videos for a channel, and then that comes back here as a list, and we store that in the cache. And here we're telling it that it should live in the cache for 24 hours. So after 24 hours, if we check the cache again, it's going to be gone, and then we'll re-request all of that data from YouTube. Now, to show the Redis setup, it's actually fairly simple. We basically just added Redis to our Docker file. So we already have Postgres in our Docker file. We also wanted a Redis instance. Self-insert? What's a self-insert, Cute Pony? What do you mean by that? So you can see here, we're pulling from the Redis version 7 image, exposing the port, and then we're using a volume. Though I actually don't know if we need the volume because Redis does everything in memory. Regardless, this lets us spin up a Redis instance and then we can connect to it. So in our server code here, you can see that we have this Redis client. We create the client with our URL, which just connects locally. And we wait for it to connect, and then we can use it. So once we have the Reddit client, their API is super simple. You can either get things or set things in the cache, and you can also set an expiration. So if we look in Redis, wow, that's a lot. Oh, it saves a snapshot? Okay, that's good to know. It's good to know. Oh, why did I not put Coding Garden on that list? I don't know. I wasn't even thinking about it. You can. That's another strategy, America 2050. Yeah, because actually Redis has push, so it's possible that you can actually store a list of things at a cache key. However, we are storing metrics about the videos, like likes and view count, and these are things that we do want to refresh like every 24 hours. Yeah. So this, excuse me, this app is called Redis Insight. It's the official one that comes from Redis. What did I say earlier? Let me rephrase what I talked about in here. So here we set up a volume just so that if the container goes down and goes back up, the cache will still exist for us. And then from there, we just connect to it. So we create a client using the official Redis library, and then we reference that client in here to either get something or set something in the cache. Now, I'm using this app called Redis Insight. It's from Redis themselves, and it shows us all the stuff in the cache. So for each one of these is a cache entry, and you can see it has the channel ID on it. So if I click on it, I can see that I think this is the one for William Osmond 2. So this is all the videos for the William Osmond 2 channel. And then for each one of these entries is basically all the videos for a given channel. So this one is the Backyard Scientist. And then this one is Safety Third. So each one of these entries is a JSON list of all the videos for that channel. And they're stored here. So if I request videos for a given channel, it's going to pull it from this cache if it hasn't been 24 hours since the last request. Yeah, so like Mr. Disa is asking, if the data changes, we won't know about it for 24 hours. And that's just how we've coded it up so far. And that's just how we've coded it up so far. So you can see here that we're saying expire after 24 hours. Basically, after 24 hours, when you come back, if there were any new videos published, you're going to see those, but it's going to take 24 hours. Eventually, we want to add functionality where, like on the page here, the user would have the ability to say, well, I know that this channel published new videos, so maybe I should be able to click a button that says like refresh to make sure that it has the latest data. Something like that. But for now, if there are new videos, you're not going to see them for 24 hours. Cool. I guess that's it. I guess that's it. Yeah, I guess I'll show this here. So after that promise finally resolves and we have all the videos back, we list them out and we show them here in a YouTube video embed. So this is a custom component that we wrote that just basically shows this little card here. So it's a clickable link that'll take you to the video page, which we'll talk about next, but it has the image, it has the number of likes, it has the video duration, the title of the channel, the view count, and when it was published. So you see all of that info for each one of these cards. So yeah, the YouTube API, you have a quota for the number of requests that you can make. So every time you make a request to the YouTube API, it's hitting your quota. So by serving from the cache instead, we're not using our YouTube quota. So let's take a look at some of these util functions that like do the formatting. So we are using intil number format for this. So you can see how this says like 24K views or 56K views. Let's look at something with like a ton of views. It's millions of views. These maybe? Yeah, for instance, like this Nerdforge video has 1.1 million views, so that's nice and shortened, but we're using intil number format that's just built into the web browser. So we receive the locale, and then we use that formatter to format it to the short form. And it's interesting to note because depending on the language you use, the formatting is different. So for example, in Spanish, it actually doesn't format it to be this short. It actually has a comma and will be a little bit longer than the short form that's like used in English. So this is a locale specific shortening, which is nice. We're also showing relative dates. So you can see that this was published 3 days ago, 27 days ago, 6 months ago, or 6 years ago. And that is using Luxon, which is a date formatting and manipulating library. So this is kind of like the modern alternative to Moment.js. And we can bring datetime in, and then we can turn it into a relative format. And also, this is using the locale as well. Thanks, Fedakar. And then we're also formatting duration. So this duration string that comes back from the YouTube API, I can show it in the cache here. It looks like this. So PT and then 4 minutes, 55 seconds. And it depends on the video, but it also always starts with PT and then it has hours, minutes, seconds. I think it can have days too. So days, hours, minutes, seconds. But basically we parse that using the duration object that comes from Luxon, and then we format it into the colon separated string. So on each one of these thumbnails, you can see that it's 11:23 or 7:23, etc. But basically, we're taking that duration string that the YouTube API gives us back, and we're formatting it into a colon separated string. Yeah. So yeah, I do believe the YouTube API, I don't know if you can say like greater than a certain number of views, but maybe, let's see. But it would be it would be like the search list endpoint. You can order by various things, like when it was published, rating, or view count. So you can order by view count, but I don't know if you can say must have more than 1 million views. Our app is going to let you do that. So because we've cached all of these videos, we can very easily, in memory, take the list of videos and like sort them by view count, or only return the ones that have a certain number of views. We can do that because we've composited all of the data, but I don't think the YouTube API supports that. You could potentially look on video list. Yeah, so there might be a way, but as far as I can tell, I don't know if the YouTube API supports that directly. Okay, I need to use the restroom, but when I come back, we'll talk about how does the individual video page work. So when you click on a video, it embeds, it scrolls to the top, it shows all the details here, and it's also nested. So if I click this, you can see that it just goes right back to the page itself. So I'll be back in 1 minute to talk about how that works. Hello. Okay. Now. Um, Great. So we talked about formatting and everything else. So now let's talk about how the individual video page works. So keep an eye on the URL. Right now we're at list/list ID. And then when I click on a video, we're at list/list ID/watch/video ID. So we're actually using nested routing and nested layouts in SvelteKit to do this, because you'll see that below the video embed is this same list of channels. And basically those two pages share that data. So this list of channels doesn't have to be reloaded, because this is actually a nested route or nested layout that gets loaded at the top of that page. Let's talk about how that works. So if you look at the top level, the list ID page is actually empty. So there might be a better way to do this, but basically I wanted the top level to actually be a layout itself. So basically by having an empty page here, the list ID page uses the layout as its main layout. And you'll see that we're doing some conditional rendering. So first of all, we have this slot. This slot basically says, where should the nested route be rendered? And it's at the top of the page. So this is where the video embed is going to get rendered. But then we have some conditional rendering, because you'll notice that we're not showing the list title and the list of channels when we go to a video. That actually hides. So we just have conditional rendering that says, if there's a video ID param, if there's not a video ID param, then show the list title and the list of channels. But otherwise hide it, because there's actually going to be a video there instead. So we now have this nested route called watch with video ID, and this component is what's going to get loaded into that one specific slot. And you can see in this component is where we have the breadcrumbs, which show you like the list that you can click back on, and then the name of the video itself. So essentially, whenever the route is now nested, so we're at list ID, watch, video ID, it knows that this needs to be loaded inside of that slot. And you can actually go directly there too. You'll notice that we have some loading state as well, because this information about the video, like the video title and all the video stats and everything else, we actually didn't have to make a separate request for that. All of that info is already included in the list of videos, so we're actually sharing that data. And so because it's a nested route, we can use that data which came from the parent load. And so that's why we show loading in both places, because we need to wait for the list, so that way we get back all the info, which means we can show the info about the embedded video. So let's talk about how that page is getting its data. So we showed earlier that the load for the list of videos on that page does streaming, right? So it returns a promise and it loads that list of videos on the client side. So in order for us to be able to use that data on our page, we kind of need to wait for this data to be available. So inside of the nested route here, we actually have a couple of computed properties where we're looking at that list of videos, and when that promise resolves, we're finding the video that matches this specific video ID. And then similarly, whenever that resolves, so now we know that we have the video, we are going to look at the page data we have, which is the list of channels, to find the channel that matches that specific ID. So basically, both of these are dependent on the parent route loading all of its data, and so we're basically just waiting on these so we can grab their data. The other thing you'll notice is kind of this scroll into view. So we're just using the after navigate function from app navigation, and whenever we navigate, which means we go to a new page, we say scroll into view, and basically we scroll up to the breadcrumbs, and we're storing a ref to that so we can scroll it. So for instance, if I scroll down and then click on a video, it scrolls back to the top. If I click on this, it takes a second. And honestly, the video data loading is instant at this point, because we have all of the metadata about every single one of these videos in the list. So it just scrolls up and then embeds everything else. Is there anything that I didn't mention? Yeah, I guess I'll show the video embed itself, because I didn't talk about that. As far as the video embed, we're not doing anything special there. We basically are just using the iframe embed. So on the iframe, we specify the source to be youtube.com/embed and then the video ID, and that embeds the video right there. We set it to be full width, and aspect video comes from Tailwind, which just sets an aspect ratio of 16:9 because it's a YouTube video, and that embeds it. In the future, we'll use the YouTube JavaScript SDK, so that way we can control autoplay, and then also like videos that have timestamps, we can parse those timestamps in the description and have a very similar functionality to YouTube. Like when somebody clicks a timestamp, automatically seek to that place in the video. With just the plain old iframe, you can't do that directly. You basically need some custom JavaScript that can get access to that and send commands to do things like pause the video, play the video, seek to a timestamp, that kind of thing. Cool. What's up, Sally Prosper? I am summarizing the work that I've done on this app, like in like the past 3 or 4 live streams. Yeah. All right. I feel like we did a lot more because there's like components that we worked on and everything else, but I think I kind of covered everything. I guess I'll show how this turns red. Let me show that. Oh, thank you, Ulpris. So the last thing I'll talk about is how do I get the currently active video to turn red. So you'll notice when I click on a video, if I scroll back down to the list, we can see this is the one that's highlighted. Essentially, I'm passing a prop down to the YouTube video embed component, and I'm saying active if this video ID is equal to the current video ID that we're looking at. And video ID comes from the URL here. And so if active is true, inside of that component, we conditionally render a class. So you may not have seen this in Svelte before, but basically what we can do is we can say, add this class to this element if this expression on the right-hand side evaluates to true. So if active is true, we set variant filled primary to be a class that's applied to the element. What do you mean, Sally? We're talking about YouTube. Are you saying stream on YouTube? Yeah, and what's up, Into the Sky? Have I got the video for you? So last week, I did an 8-hour stream just talking about AI and what does it mean for humanity. So you can check this video out here. But at certain points during the video, I do talk about, like, do I think junior developers are going to even be replaced, or front-end developers are even going to be replaced? I think in the short term, not directly, but I think eventually our jobs are going to change drastically. So I'm of the opinion that you should start learning how to use these tools now, and also learn how to code now so that you know how to use these cool tools effectively. Because if not, 1 to 2 years from now, definitely like I wouldn't say beginner developers or junior developers go away entirely. I would say the way that junior developers learn, the types of junior developers, those kinds of jobs are going to be drastically different. So now's the time. Get in early is really all I'm saying. Yeah, and if you look at that video, I do have a link to a bunch of notes that I took. Yeah, I think you shouldn't, as a beginner, you shouldn't depend on Copilot, because basically a lot of these AI tools and AI-assisted tools, you still have to know what you're doing in order to use them effectively, right? It's the same thing as like just copying and pasting code from Stack Overflow, which you shouldn't do. I mean, a lot of people do, but if you really want to make sure that you understand and you know the concepts, then you shouldn't just copy paste from Stack Overflow. Similarly, you shouldn't let Copilot just write all of your code for you without knowing what it actually does. And that kind of speaks to the idea that even though we have these automated tools, we will still need experts that can validate their output. And you still have time to become an expert if you start coding now and learning to code now. And then the other thing is, like, it's going to make our jobs easier because we don't have to write tests from scratch, easier to search through documentation. I mean, people could argue that there are going to be no code and low code tools that uh, do more than they ever have before, which is probably true. But here's the thing to think about. Drag and drop builders for websites have existed for a long time, but web developers still have jobs because there's different kinds of websites that need to be built, and there's only certain kinds of websites that can really be built with like a drag and drop builder. Anything else that's a bit more custom is going to need more custom work, and it's going to need an expert front end developer to know what to do for that. Now, it's going to get easier, and these tools are going to make kind of like drag and drop coding easier, but you still need to be technical to be able to do it. Like, I do feel we're fairly far away from the idea that you can just a completely non-technical person can say, hey, ChatGPT, build me an app, please. And then it works perfectly and does exactly what they want it to do. Like, we're pretty far away from that. Yeah. Yeah. And I think the other thing that I also mentioned in this is talking about working with APIs. What did I say? Maybe I didn't write it down. But yeah, the other types of jobs that are like never going to go away, or like at least will still exist in some capacity, is API creation and API integration. Because like more recently, there's been news about like ChatGPT being hooked up to the internet, like with ChatGPT plugins and stuff like that. But those plugins would not exist without existing APIs. Now, again, you could argue, oh, well, ChatGPT is just going to generate those APIs. There are a lot of legacy systems that have like existing APIs that that aren't automated, that you would need to potentially manually integrate with. Or like legacy systems within corporate environments that can't use these AI tools because these AI tools need access to the internet or various things like that. So you would still need somebody to write those kinds of AI code. I guess I didn't make this point during the video when I was talking about, but I think another thing is look for jobs at really big companies, because really big companies move slow, meaning they're going to be way slower to adopt AI. And really big companies are very particular about the things that they use within their company. Meaning GitHub Copilot was trained on code with various licenses, and that can be very problematic for a company that's trying to maintain their intellectual property. And then also a lot of larger companies are very restrictive about like the kinds of packages used and the kind of code that's written. So you best believe that those companies are not going to be adopting AI tech for like at least the next 3 or 4 years. And even then, once they start adopting it, now they're brand new to it. So there's still going to be a ramp up phase from there. So I guess that's my advice, is like definitely learn API integration, learn about databases, and then try to find a job at very large companies that can't use AI because of intellectual property restrictions and stuff like that. Okay. I need to finish talking about what I was talking about. What was I talking about? Oh yeah, I was showing a conditional class render. Yeah, exactly. So I think technically GitHub Copilot, like, I don't know. I think it learns from your code base locally and like doesn't ship that off. But I don't know. I think everyone should be full stack. Like, I mean, obviously you can pick to focus on one more than the other, but knowing how to build, like the fact that I know how to work with databases and with front end means I was able to build this entire app on my own. I did not have to depend on someone else to write the database for me, right? Like this is a full stack application. Like, it has a front end, there's various front end things about it, but then it also has a back end that has all of this data and like this API integration and stuff like that. And as a full stack developer, you can build apps like that where you don't have to depend on someone else or wait on someone else. You can just do it all yourself. All right, I think I'm done. Let me conclude this video. I guess I did. So I talked about the conditional render. I think that's all I wanted to show. I talked about slots. Oh, thank you, Alka. Appreciate you. This was like It took me like 30 minutes to make this video. Okay. So that's all I have for you. The app has come a long way, but we still have a lot more work to do. Let me just talk about some of the things. First of all, you're probably already yelling at the screen if you know anything about anything. You're like, that's so much data to cache. Why do you have thousands of videos all on the same page? I know. We need to add pagination. We need to add infinite scroll. We're also eventually going to start working on the features of the page itself. So right now the videos are sorted by publish date, but it would be nice to sort by most popular videos or videos with the most likes, or sort by duration. Also, we want to be able to keep track of videos that you've watched. So say, for instance, you're in a list and you decide you want to start watching this video. When this video is over, we could go on to the next one in the list, depending on the list that we're showing, whether it's by when the video was published or sorted by popularity, that kind of thing. So there's a lot of functionality we need to add there, and also some logic that needs to be worked out in terms of like how we're caching things and how we're pulling all of that stuff in. Okay. What next? I think that's it. But thanks for watching this. Thanks for watching this. A quick advertisement for a course that I'm going to be teaching. It's called React Roots. If you go to reactroots.com, you can learn more about it. But this is happening April 10th, and there are going to be 8 live streams that are live streamed on Twitch. So if you go to this site, you can read about every lesson that's going to happen and the different ways to attend. So you can watch for free on Twitch, but if you want to buy a ticket, you only have a couple more days to do that. But if you buy a ticket, you basically are a student in the classroom and you get to ask me questions. I'll give you feedback on your exercises and different stuff like that. So check out reactroots.com for that. Also, if you want to support me because you found this useful or any of my other stuff useful, you can consider becoming a GitHub sponsor, give a one-time donation. Thank you, Austin. Thanks for interrupting my YouTube video that I spent 30 minutes on. No, I'm kidding. Welcome in. Glad to see you. Thanks for the raid. What were you working on? Hey, Austin Gill. Lol. How am I not following you? I thought I was following you. Thanks, Austin. What were you working on? Thanks a lot. Uploads and malware scans and Node. Cool. Is there like a package for scanning malware? Yeah, I'm just joking. I do appreciate you, and people should click that follow button. It was worth redoing anyways, because I said some things I didn't want to say. I need to redo that piece. But yeah, thank you for the raid. Welcome in, raiders. I just finished giving a review of all the work we did on Listed over the past like 3 weeks. Actually, I'll show. I don't think you've seen the latest stuff, Austin, but check it out. You can now go to a list that has channels on it. You can then what we added today was the video view. So you can click a video. Now it embeds it. We get all this cool stuff. All the details are there. It highlights it. It's pretty exciting. We were showing earlier, we made various lists. I've got like the JavaScript list with like these 3 channels. And so it only shows videos from those 3. You can click it to embed it. It's good stuff. It's good stuff. All right. Let me finish up this video. All right, thank you so much for watching this. Quick advertisement for my course React Roots. So on April 10th, React Roots starts, and it's going to be across 8 live streams that will be streamed for free on Twitch. So if you go to reactroots.com, you can learn more about all the lessons that are going to happen and the details of everything. And like I said, you can watch for free on Twitch, but if you'd like to pay for a ticket, you essentially get to be a part of a live classroom. So you'll be able to ask questions, and you'll be able to ask questions. I'll give you feedback on your exercises, and you will get access to the exercises and projects. So if you're interested in this, check out reactroots.com, and I definitely hope to see you in the live streams when I do that. Also, if you found this useful or any of my other content useful, definitely consider supporting me. I have GitHub sponsorships, so you can support me for $5 or more a month. You can also make a one-time donation, support me on Patreon, become a YouTube member, a Twitch sub, or we have various merch. And actually, there is a sale happening right here, right now. So if you go to merch.coding.garden, you use the code FRIENDSANDFANS25, you can get 25% off anything in the store. and I still get about $5 profit from anything that you buy. So like this shirt, the Dark JS, you can get this in the store. You can get my code mug, etc. I think that's it. Thank you for watching this. We are going to take a break from Listed for the next 2 weeks because of the React Roots course, but we'll be back for Listed the 2 weeks after that. So thanks for watching this, and hope to see you in the Twitch chat. These more random interruptions, yeah. Now we talked about like it's nice to have at least this base of functionality because we're gonna really start expanding from here. Yeah, you know, I did get. I was like, just let me finish. You saw me. I clicked the skip break. Yeah, we did it though. Okay, shield your eyes. I'm gonna turn light mode on. It's kind of ugly. 3, 2, 1. We need to work on it. Everything's gray, but it's still usable. It's still technically usable in light mode, but we kind of need to work on the contrast here. The red highlight looks all right. Yeah, that actually looks okay. That's actually fascinating. Maybe is Skeleton doing something to set the colors there? I think it is. Maybe Skeleton already knows because the background, like it needs to make the text white. Because I don't think I did anything specific there. Cool. All right, you can open your eyes again. All right, I'm gonna get out of here. Thank you everybody for hanging out. Definitely check the schedule. We've got a whirlwind of content coming up on the Coding Garden. So like I said, next week is my React Roots course. But if you look at the calendar, every day next week is going to be a lesson on, well, basically like the first 2 lessons are kind of introductory and aren't even talking about React. We're talking about like modern web dev, we're talking about TypeScript, and then finally on Wednesday we talk about React. But if you're interested, you can watch for free on Twitch over the next 2 weeks. These 2 days are project day for the people that bought a ticket, so I won't be streaming then. But another announcement, I have an interview and Q&A with Jake Archibald, which apparently you can't see here. But Monday, April 24th, Jake Archibald is going to be on the stream for like a Q&A stream, and he's going to be talking about the page transition API. So he's going to be a speaker over at JS Nation. There he is right there. You might know him from the event loop video that he did a few years back. But he's going to be on stream for a Q&A talking about the Vue Transition API. Definitely tune in for that. And definitely check out JS Nation. This is happening June 1st, and I'll be there. I'm going to be an MC. And then there's going to be a bunch of other really cool speakers. And then the day after that is React Summit at the same place, but just the next day. And so this is a React conference. I'm going to be there too. I won't be an MC, but I'm going to be at this conference as well. So definitely check out JS Nation and React Summit. Check it out. Was that everything on the calendar? Yeah, there's some other interviews coming up. They're just not on the calendar yet, so I'll announce them when they're on the calendar. All right, let's get out of here. Follow me over on YouTube. Follow me on Twitter. We do have a Discord if you'd like to go chat over there. And let's go. Let's go on a raid. So if you are a sub, you can use this raid message. And if you're not a sub, you can use this raid message. And I appreciate you all. Thank you for hanging out with me today. We got a lot done. I'm more and more, I am proud of the thing that we are building here. This is cool. Yeah, and thank you, Electrothermal. You have a good weekend as well. Alrighty, everyone. Wherever you are in the world, have a wonderful morning, afternoon, evening, or night. And until next time, here's this.